Вроде Анны Ивановны.
Текстом можно, кажется?
Ага. Все тогда.
Говорю чего-нибудь, говорю. Ну, я говорю чего-нибудь. Я говорю, что здесь все хорошо слышно. То есть, ну, так-то ни хрена не слышно. А у нас
Сегодня что-то меньше людей, да, чем вчера. Да? Все. А кто был вчерашний дедушка?
Раз.
Кто его не знает?
Раз. То есть в какой-то момент.
Да, он нет, я его не помню.
Сейчас я пошел.
Это разведка.
Раз, два, три, пять.
Я удивился. На Санта-Клауса похож. На родственники его. Интересно.
Раз, два. Да, ну да. Здесь Раз, два. Ну это да. Вообще отлично. Слышно отлично. Вообще хорошо. Раз, два, три. Это же заводится. Как так? Раз, два, три. Ну это тоже слышно.
Лиса? Давайте посмотрим. Давайте лиса.
Тест микрофон.
Вместо того, чтобы заниматься переводом, он маску
Ну, я
делает.
проверяю.
как вчера, вот с переводом запись. Ну, Джон сказал там.
Почему-то этот микрофон тут. Да, все уже, все идет.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги.
Good day, dear colleagues.
Надеюсь, вы хорошо отдохнули и хорошо
I hope you had a
выспались
good rest
после нашей активной работы вчера.
after our yesterday's active work.
Сегодня, первую половину дня, модератором будет научный сотрудник Института геологии Анна Антошкина.
Today, the first half of our conference will be moderated by Anna Antoshkina.
Перерыв мы сделаем с 16:30 до 17:30, время московское.
Coffee break will be from 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. Moscow time.
Модерировать вторую половину нашего мероприятия будет научный сотрудник Института геологии Павел Безносов.
The second part of the conference will be moderated by Pavel Beznosov.
Доклады начнутся в 17:30, время московское.
Talks will begin
Пожалуйста.
at 5:30 Moscow time.
Добрый день всем участникам.
Good afternoon, all
Нашего
participants of our conference.
Первый доклад будет представлять Кристофер Берри со своими соавторами. И называется он «Первые леса современного побережья Северного Ледовитого океана».
The first report will be delivered by Dr. Christopher Berry and his co-authors under the title The First Forests of the Present-Day Arctic Ocean Coast.
Hello, my talk is The First Forests of the Present-Day Arctic Ocean Coast. I'm giving the talk on behalf of myself and John Marshall, and for Amy Wyatt, who is our PhD student who is studying the Devonian flora of Spitsbergen and who will be giving us a talk later on today. The photograph shows John and I near Pyramiden in Spitsbergen, and this is Neil Davis, who will talk next on the subject of the influence of plants on the sedimentation in the Devonian of Spitsbergen. Over the last few years, we've determined that trees and early forests appear from the mid-Eifelian onwards. Forests become more established through the Juvetian, Franian and Furmenian up into the Carboniferous. Most of the best evidence for early forest trees comes from the southeast margin of Laurussia. That's along here. This includes localities in northeast North America, in South America, Venezuela, Colombia, and in Belgium and Germany. And in these areas, there have been more than 100 years of research, although spectacular new discoveries are still being made in these areas. But our present research focuses on the island of Spitsbergen. In the following slides, I will show you the 4 types of tree-sized plants which make up the middle and early late Devonian forests. And this forms the first evidence of forests on Earth. Cladozolopsids are the first recognized trees. We have complete examples from the Middle Eifelian. They are recognized from their digitately divided branches. That's this here, which looks like a hand. And they have appendages which are not webbed, so they're made of lots of little branched axes and not from a big flattened green leaf. Like most fossil plants, cladozolopsids disintegrate into many pieces which have different names. So, for example, from Sartdam Avelin in Belgium, Francois de Stockmann described Wattieza givetiana, Avelinesia, and Pseudosprochnus. And these form the fertile and sterile appendages and the texture of the branches. But it's only in recent times we found spectacular fossils, like this one from New York State, which demonstrate conclusively how the whole plant was constructed, and also allow us to understand how it grew to a large size. We now have a good record of cladozoopsids through the Eifelian, Givetian, and early Franian. Because of their morphology, they're easy to recognize. They grew in size during this time, but the body plan remained consistent. They had long, ribbon-like roots, up to about 3 meters long, and a trunk formed of many strands of woody tissue or xylem arranged in a ring, here with the roots on the outside. Progymnosperms were an important group of plants which appeared in the late Eifelian. The most important characteristic was that they had a solid woody trunk formed from a vascular cambium. But morphologically, they can be recognized from their complexly branched fertile organs, such as this one from Relimia. They reproduce with spores and not seeds. There are two groups of progymnosperms, the Eineurophytalians, which had fertile organs that look like this, and the Archaeopteridalians, where their fertile organs are more flattened out, but still with the same morphology. So, we can recognize them in the fossil record. One big surprise in recent years was that Eineurophytes have a thick, woody trunk, but that trunk is not upright, it lies horizontally along the ground. Therefore, they're tree-sized plants. They contain a large amount of carbon, but they're not upright trees. Other fossils show that they have long, narrow roots. This example is from Gilboa in upstate New York. Eineurophytes had woody branches, again with appendages which are branched sticks and not flattened green leaves. The branches also probably fell off as the plant grew upwards. The recurved complex reproductive structure is easy to recognize. And our reconstruction is a completely new concept for what these plants looked like during the Devonian. We think of it as a lying down tree. Whereas Archaeopteris is more famous. It's a tree with an upright, solid, woody trunk, which is sometimes called calyxylon. And this may show growth rings in certain environmental conditions. The branches bear fronds. These fronds have true flattened leaves. They're the first substantial upright trees to have provided a shady, leafy canopy, creating microenvironments underneath them. However, once again, they only reproduced using spores, and they do not have any sort of seed. These examples shown here are from the latest Devonian, the Furmenian. By the end of the Devonian then, Archaeopteris trunks could reach a very large size, sometimes even visible in Google Earth. Here we can see a tree preserved in mudstone, but with horizontal branch rooting systems coming out on either side. This is Sergei Snigorevsky, who we visited after our last visit to Syktyvkar, and he's showing a beautiful specimen of Archaeopteris showing the bases of the large trunks. And here is an example which you can see on Google Earth. But in better vision, you can see it's a huge solid trunk, about 1 meter in diameter, with very, very large buttressed roots coming away from it. Over its history, from mid-Givetian to late Furmenian, a time of perhaps 25 million years, there were many changes to the basic Archaeopteryst body plan, although at all times it's recognizable. This included not only the size, but also the shape of the leaf, which varied from having toothed margins to smooth and rounded margins. Archaeopteryst fissilis is an example of the toothed margin form, and Archaeopteryst halliana an example of the rounded form. Lycopsid trees had a basic pole-like structure which branched at the top. The trunks and branches were covered in small, single-veined leaves, which left distinct scars after the leaves dropped off. The trunks contained little wood. The base of the tree, especially in early forms, is often bulb-shaped, like this, rather than rooted and branch rooting system like Stigmaria. Again, this tree has small, narrow roots. This is an example from Svalbard, and this is an example from upstate New York. The following slides show 4 examples of the trees that I described in the previous slides, preserved in situ, growing in fossil forests. Such fossil forests give us better insight into the overall ecology of actual Devonian forest ecosystems. The famous fossil forest at Gilboa, New York, seen here, is late Givetian in age. Here, the bases of cladozolopsid trees, seen as depressions in this surface, are the most prominent members of the flora. But aneurophytes were also shown to be an important component, and we saw these lying on the floor of the forest as well, creeping around the bases of the cladozolopsids. This ecology is shown in Victor Leszek's well-known reconstruction of the fossil of the forest seen on the right. At Cairo in New York, a forest of mid-Givetian age, slightly older than Gilboa, is dominated by these large rooting systems, seen here, which can only come from Archaeopterysts. However, in this forest, cladozolopsid bases are also seen, here as little tiny depressions, also over here, and various other places across this forest floor. And again, we can see this in Ken Dowd's reconstruction of a small part of the forest in this reconstruction. So here we have cladozolopsids and Archaeopterysts, rather than cladozolopsids and aneurophytes as seen at Gilboa. In Svalbard, we've seen that several localities, particularly by the Munin River, show the presence of widespread forest of closely spaced, very small lycopsid trees, in this case with a soil horizon just below the bases of the trees. And we can reconstruct that as a very dense fossil forest. Also in Spitsbergen, we see Archaeopteryst trees in nearby horizons where we have upright trees separated by a bigger distance, where the Archaeopteryst trees have large roots going down into the sediment. These are significant structural roots. And this suggests also that Archaeopteryst in Spitsbergen was growing as a single species assemblage. That Archaeopteris probably looked a bit like this drawing of Archaeopteris. So based on these occurrences, shown in bold, and other supporting assemblages of transported fossils which show the same associations, we can see a pattern of forest evolution. So, for example, Cairo, Gilboa, and Svalbard are the fossil forests. South Mountain, Goey, Lindlar are examples of transported fossil debris which has the same composition as the forests that we've shown. So in southeast Laurussia, early forests consisted of small forms of cladozolopsid, such as at Lindlar in Germany, and soon joined by the Anurophytalians, these lying down trees. And then forests of cladozolopsids with Archaeopteris, such as found at Cairo, is the natural progression. And there was a time when both of these types of forests existed side by side during the late Middle Devonian. So that's a story represented by the fossil record of southeast Laurussia, the southeast margin of the old red sandstone continent, in environments which included near coastal, warm, temperate, and arid environments. And here we see this in yellow. But what about the tropical environments on the northern margin of Laurussia, here shown in green, with Spitsbergen in the middle? Well, there are three places of interest in this area where many plant fossils have been found. One is Ellesmere Island in northern Canada. One is Spitsbergen and Bear Island in the Svalbard archipelago. And the last one is Timman. We've conducted several years of fieldwork in northwestern Spitsbergen in Svalbard. This includes the area around Pyramiden, but more recently in 2018 we took a trip round the northern fjords. In the northern fjords, the only possible cladozolopsid was found. These are fragments named Arctophyton, which we're going to reinvestigate. But in Schweitzer's reconstruction, he shows the simple division of a branch into two, and that division of the branch into two is very reminiscent of the digitate branching found in juvenile forms of the plants, which often have 5 or 6 branches at the digitate branching in the adult form. So we suspect that this is a cladozolopsid plant, but it's the only one found in Spitsbergen, and it occurs in the Eifelian probably, rather than in the later parts of the Middle Devonian. In Spitsbergen near Pyramiden, of course, we have the forest of lycopsids, which are called Protolepidodendropsis, with their leafy trunks, their leafy branches, and their bulbous cormous bases. But we also have forests of Archaeopteris type, in which the leaves are very, very thin and divided. I earlier called them toothed, but this is a very extreme form of that toothed leaf. These are of late Middle Devonian and early late Devonian age, going from the Givetian into the early Franian. However, a few tens of kilometers to the south, we have Bear Island. And Bear Island, which is also in the Svalbard archipelago, has a late Furmenian flora, in which we find, again, deeply divided leaves of Archaeopteris. This is a Macellenta type, and also Archaeopteris with rounded leaves, the Halliana type of Archaeopteris. We also find some sizable Lycopsid trees, and then a strange plant, a bit like a horsetail, called Pseudobornea, and that clearly also reached a tree size. In Ellesmere Island, there's a very interesting assemblage of plants from the Eifelian through to the Franian, which have not yet been described in great detail, but have been summarized in an abstract by Scheckler and his colleagues. Well known from Ellesmere Island is Archaeopteris physalis, this form of Archaeopteris with very deeply divided leaves, quite similar to the fossils from Svalbard. But overall, they saw a pattern where there are neurophytes through the Eifelian and early part of the Givetian, and then a dominance of Archaeopteris physalis, and then later on Archaeopteris obtusa with rounded leaves, and Archaeopteris macellenta appear. So there's great diversity of Archaeopteris in the Franian, and also reported a tree which is very similar to our form of lycopod from Spitsbergen. And hopefully we can do more work on this assemblage in the future. In Taman, summarized by Orlova and colleagues, there is an assemblage of Archaeopteris and neurophytes, tree lycopsids and Pseudobornea. This paper summarizes this work very well. Unfortunately, there is no Middle Devonian well preserved in Timan that has yet been described to my knowledge. But at the beginning of the Franian, neurophytes are still present, as well as Archaeopteris physalis type. And then we have Archaeopteris halliana with the rounded leaves, and then tree lycopods occur later on. Pseudobornea appears at various times during the late Devonian. I have one specimen given to me by Olga, and this shows leaves of very, very narrow type, so very much like the physalis type, but maybe even more like the type of Archaeopteris from Svalbard, formerly called Svalbardia. So this is really, really interesting material. It's from the very early Franian of Simla River. I hope to increase my understanding of the Timan assemblages through this project. These are only my initial thoughts from reading the work of Orlova, Urina and Snigorevsky. So in this slide, I will attempt to summarize what is known of the development of tree-sized plants during the Middle and Late Devonian in southeast Laurussia on the southern eastern margin, the Old Red Sandstone continent, and the Paleotropical regions. So in southeast Laurussia, we have this dominance of cladizolopsids and neurophytes in the Middle Devonian, extending into the base of the late Devonian. We have the appearance of the Archaeopteris physalis type Archaeopteris, and then later on Halliana appears, the Archaeopteris with the rounded leaves. Tree lycopods are not very important as far as we know. They're present, but they don't seem to form a large part of the assemblages. Ellesmere Island, then in the tropics, we have a neurophytes, Archaeopteris physalis and Archaeopteris halliana appearing a little bit later, about the beginning of the Franian, and tree-like opsids become important as well. In Svalbard, we have almost no evidence of cladozolopsids and almost no evidence of neurophytes, just one tiny specimen, whereas Archaeopteris physalis is dominant, and the tree lycopods are also dominant. And then we get to Bear Island, and then we have tree lycopods, Archaeopteris physalis type, but also Archaeopteris halliana appears. In Timan, we have few neurophytes, the Archaeopteris physalis, and then the Archaeopteris halliana and tree lycopods. So the main differences are the lack of importance of cladozolopsids in the tropical regions. Here, cladozolopsids are not important, whereas in the old red sandstone, the southeast of the old red sandstone continent, then cladozolopsids are really important. The other thing which is notable is that the tree lycopsids are much more prominent and important in the tropical regions during the late Devonian. So here we can see that in southeast Russia, the old red sandstone continent, then cladozolopsids are a really important part of the composition of the forests in that region. The later assemblages we assume to be dominated by Archaeopteris, which is based on the domination of the macrofloras by Archaeopteris. And here we see the importance of the lycopod flora in Svalbard, which then continues in other regions of the tropics and eventually in China. So, in summary, preliminary conclusions, the Juvetian Furmenian deposits of North Timan, Svalbard and Ellesmere yield many plant macrofossils that will allow us to understand the development of the first forest in the Paleotropics. Contemporaneous assemblages from arid to warm temperate areas of southern Russia contain cladozolopsids and neurophytes and rare lycophytes, which are replaced by diverse Archaeopteris assemblages through the Franian. In comparison, the Paleotropical assemblages have only rare records of cladozolopsids and neurophytes. Tree lycopsids are more significant than assemblages which are otherwise dominated by Archaeopteris earlier than in southeast Russia. The Archaeopteris physalis group, including what we used to call Svalbardia, is clearly the first type of Archaeopteris to become established in both of these areas. And much further work needs to be done in Ellesmere and is ongoing by colleagues in Timan. So I look forward to learning much more about the Timan assemblages during this project, and I'd like to thank Konstantin and to Olga and all the organisers of this meeting for giving us a great time and the opportunity to exchange our scientific ideas. Thank you.
Есть ли у кого вопросы к докладчику?
Hi, Chris. Не слышно? У меня первый вопрос. Как ты считаешь, насколько объективно споры и полинокомплексы отражают твои и других ботаников реконструкции девонских растительных сообществ? Еще раз?
Плохо слышно было.
Ага. Еще раз повторю вопрос. Как ты считаешь, насколько объективно споры или полинокомплексы отражают реконструкции девонских растительных сообществ? С переводом, да?
Do you think that your data is objective?
Насколько объективно споры отражают реконструкции растительных сообществ?
Do you think that spore can give a true picture of reconstruction of plant assemblages?
I think the spore record will probably give us a better idea of the assemblages than the
Споровая запись может дать намного лучше нам свидетельства, доказательства, чем какие-то макросигналы, макросвидетельства.
Plant macrofossils are very rare, and fossil forests are extremely rare.
И леса еще более редкие.
So you have many more samples to look at than us.
В случае спор гораздо больше образцов для изучения.
But I think the plant fossils and the forests give a very accurate reconstruction of the vegetation.
Растения, леса дают более точное описание растительности.
But the some plants may be small plants that produce the same spores as big plants. So we need both.
Растения и могут давать такие же споры, как и большие растения.
So we need to integrate palynology and macrofossils.
Нам нужно разделять палеонологию и макрофасилии.
Ну, у меня еще один вопрос. В твоем докладе прозвучало фисилис с родовым названием археоптерис. Ты знаешь, что это растение переописано с другим родовым названием свальбардия. Например, русский палеоботаник Юрина, она признает описание фисилис родовым названием свальбардия. Каково твое отношение к этому переописанию?
In your talk, you spoke about the plant Physalis, and some researchers named this plant as Svalbardia. What do you think? What is more correct? Do you know this name? And
so I have no final answer.
У меня нет окончательного ответа на это.
But we spent 10 years trying to find the original locality of Svalbardia.
Мы 10 лет потратили для изучения оригинального местонахождения Свальбардии.
And we have found it.
И мы нашли.
And we will make a new description of Svalbardia.
И мы будем делать новое описание Свальбардии.
And then we can make comparisons to the other
И затем мы
fossils.
сделаем сравнение и с другими фасилиями.
So we will have a final answer.
Мы все-таки найдем окончательный ответ на этот вопрос.
А вот к этому же, в продолжении этого вопроса,
The continuation of this question.
учитываете ли такой признак, как гомоспоровость, гетероспоровость?
Do you consider such a feature as homosporous or heterosporous?
У меня было такое представление, что свальбардия, как более древние растения, должны быть гомоспоровые, а археоптерис гетероспоровыми.
And Archaeopteris should be heterosporous.
Тогда фасилис нужно перевести действительно свальбардию по
Then
этому
Facilis
признаку.
should be translated as Svalbardia.
Okay, well, we haven't got that information yet.
У нас еще такой информации нету.
So when we have it, I'll talk to you.
И когда мы получим такую информацию, я поговорю с вами.
Я пришлю статью, я выделяла споры
I will
из
send the
споранги
paper.
фисилис. Там только одного типа споры. И мы
I
с Сергеем
isolated
Снегиревским
spores,
пришли к заключению,
Physalis,
что это гомоспоровое растение.
and we decided that this plant was homosporous.
I think both there are both homosporous and heterosporous Archaeopteris species.
Я думаю, есть оба вида, гомосфоровые и гетероспоровые у Археоптериса.
The assumption was that Svalbardia in Svalbard is the most primitive Archaeopteris, but that is not true.
Есть такое мнение, что Свальбардия в Шпицбергене это наиболее примитивное растение, но это не так.
Понятно. Спасибо.
John, your word, please.
Есть еще вопросы к докладчику?
John.
Yes. What we are trying to do slowly is build a time map which shows the spread of the forests in the Devonian based on the spores. It obviously incorporates the work of every Devonian palynologist. We have many problems, one of which is that the inception of the forest spores, like Geminospora, is often used to date the rocks.
Мы сейчас создаем временную шкалу девонских растений, получается, да? И у нас есть некоторые проблемы с определением местоположения гомоспоровых растений, получается, спор растений.
Yeah, I agree with John. I mean, it's work in progress.
Я согласен с Джоном, что все-таки есть прогресс в этой работе.
Есть еще вопросы?
Сергей Рожнов, please. Пожалуйста.
У меня простой вопрос. Вот уже из вашего доклада следует, что уже первые деревья были довольно высокие, 8-12 метров. А какова причина такого высокого роста, такой большой высоты этих первых деревьев? В чем смысл этой адаптации?
In your talk, you told me that first trees were very high, about 8 to 12 meters of height. What was the reason of such a big growth of trees?
The Cladozolopsid type of tree got bigger from the Eifelian through to the late Juvetian and early Franian.
Диапсиды росли даже, были очень высокими от Эйфеля до Франа.
The first ones were only about 2 meters tall because we have complete specimens.
Но первые деревья были всего лишь 2 метра высотой.
By the time that they grow to about 8 or 10 meters tall, then Archaeopteris has already evolved, so there's more competition from Archaeopteris with leaves.
Ко времени, когда они достигли высоты 8-12 метров, уже появился археоптерисы, были развиты, и они составили конкуренцию этим растениям. Причина – это конкуренция растений.
Сергей Владимирович, есть у вас еще вопрос?
Все.
Есть еще вопросы? Тогда мне небольшой вопрос. Меня интересует, как часто вы встречали полностью ваши деревья в ископаемом виде?
How often did you find your trees in complete form, as a complete plant, as a complete tree in section?
It's very rare to find that.
Очень редко можно найти такие.
So the best examples are of Cladozolopsids from Germany and from New York State.
Самые хорошие образцы были в Германии, кладиопсиды, и в штате Нью-Йорк.
We only have very small possible Archaeopteris trees.
И были небольшие археоптерисы. Также нашли небольшие полные археоптерисы.
But 10 years ago, we had none.
И можно еще вопрос дилетанта. А каким образом вы измеряли длину вот от 2 метра, 8, 10 метров роста этих деревьев?
And how did you measure this height and then that you can tell them about the height of 2 meters or 8 meters, 12 meters? How did you measure it?
Okay, so for 2 meters, the trees are complete.
Двухметровое дерево полное.
For 8 meters, we have a tree which is 6 meters long, but without the top.
Для 8-метрового дерева у нас есть полный образец 6-метровый, но без кроны.
And we have the top, which is at least another 2 meters with the branches.
И затем мы отдельно нашли верхушку дерева, да, крону, которая примерно 2 метра с ветвями.
For Archaeopteris, we are guessing based on the size of the roots compared with living conifer trees.
В случае с археоптерисами мы определяем высоту дерева по корням, по размеру корней.
Спасибо.
Thank
И
you.
еще небольшой вопрос.
One more small question.
Какая сохранность у вас комплексов? Везде ли хорошие или от чего зависит сохранность у вас комплексов для определения?
What is the degree of preservedness of these complexes and from what it maybe does it depend how well they are preserved?
So each fossil is different, but the trees
У всех по-разному.
the trees are squashed, compressed,
Деревья расплющены,
but at the same time we have some parts of the trees which are perfectly preserved in silica.
но мы также обнаруживаем в кремнии некоторые части деревьев.
So we have to combine two different types of information.
Нам приходится объединять информацию разных видов.
Понятно. Thank you.
Thank you.
Если нет вопросов, мы благодарим вас за прекрасный доклад.
We are thankful for your brilliant report.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Сейчас следующий доклад. Извините. Следующий докладчик
Next reporter.
Нил Дэви.
Neil Davis.
Девонская ландшафтная фабрика. Взаимодействие растений и отложений в древнем красном песчанике Свальбарда и рост растительности как биогеоморфного агента.
The Devonian Landscape Factory, plant-sediment interactions in the old red sandstone of Svalbard and the rise of vegetation as a biogeomorphic agent. YouTube broadcasting will be over for half an hour. We'll be back at 3:20 Moscow time.
Итак, следующий докладчик у нас Павел Безносов, Девонские разрезы Северного Тимана,
our next lecturer is Pavel Beznosov,
неизведанная палеонтологическая сокровищница.
Devonian sections of North Timan and unexplored paleontological treasury.
Hi, everybody. Well, my talk is triggered by the planned field trip to North Timon for this season, and it is not focused on any specific geological paleontological problem, and I'd just like to give you a brief virtual guide to the North Timon Devonian sequence. So it is rather some kind of introduction. North Timon is one of the most inaccessible regions in Europe. The landscape is represented by hilly tundra with narrow forest belts along the river valleys. There are no roads and no permanent population, with the exception of a few small villages on the Chosha Bay coast. The territory is separated from the rest of the world by wheat tundra swamps and by poorly navigable shallow sea area. In the summer, it is also guarded by huge hordes of hungry mosquitoes. This photo of our next speaker, Girts Stinkulis, and a lot of his intrusive assistants witness for that. All that reflected in the relatively poor knowledge of the geology of this region. By the middle of 19th century, the main publications on this topic were the orographic essay on Timon by Theodosi Chernyshov and the geological studies in North Timon by Alexander Chernov. In 1950s and 60s, the extensive field works in this region have focused on geological survey and exploration. Unfortunately, the majority of those results have not been published. However, over the past decades, those data have been compiled into the state geological map of new generation, which fragment is presented here. So as follows from these images, North Timon is an anticlinal fold extending from north-northwest to south-southeast. Its axial central part is mainly formed by the Devonian deposits. Due to the continental genesis of these sediments and almost the total absence of marine fauna, the regional stratigraphy is dependent on the distribution of myospores, plant and fish remains. The problem is that all of these fossils have collected by surveyors and explorers and geophysicists, etc., but not by paleontologists. Over the last 15 years, I have visited North Timon 7 times for different purposes, but my main idea was to collect the paleontological material. My team has studied the Devonian sections exposed in the basins of Bela, Sula, Volanga, and Velika rivers, as well as along the Chosha Bay coast. Our routes in the Devonian outcrop area are marked in red in this map. As a result, we discovered a lot of new fossil sites, including one Lagerstätte, and established the delta plane genesis of the Upper Devonian deposits and specified the stratigraphic volume of the Fomenian strata. The new data we have collected allow us to correct the regional stratigraphic chart. So let me introduce you to the Devonian sequence of North Timon and some our paleontological finds. Let's start from the lowermost unit, the Troyanka Formation of Aphelian to Lower Givitian age. The deposits of Troyanka Formation are represented by quartz cross-bedded sandstones and gravelites, and occur in the central part of the North Timon swell. Poor sedimentation and of the rocks and frozen weathering has formed a very peculiar landscape with narrow canyons and numerous quaint outliers. In places, the last are grouped into the picturesque stone towns. Several years ago, we provided an official status of natural geological monument for this area. The section of Troyanka Formation is very poorly characterized by organic remains. We found only a single locality of plant remains, which are represented by trunks here and branches on the Bela River. These fossils have been reported for the first time and still have not been studied. Probably they belong to some cladoxylopsid trees, such as this one, also shown in previous presentation by Chris Berry, and maybe he will be interested in this material. So the section of the litter, a probable litter of these plants may have formed the barzas-like lignites first reported by Alexander Chernov. This lignite, also known as sapromyxite, is thin laminated and contain the anatomically preserved plant remains. The overlying Nadezhdin Formation is formed by very similar sediments, but is rather less exposed. Here is the type section locating in the mouth of Nadezhdin Creek, and no fossils have been found there. The next unit, Kumushka Formation, is the most recognizable among the Devonian sequence of North Timon, since it contains several basalt flows in its section. The type section is poorly characterized by fossils. However, some interesting plant remains are present there. These hollow, tube-shaped, anatomically preserved trunks are now being studied by Sergei Snigirevsky. The Bela River section of Kumushka Formation is exposed in a very magnificent place named Grand Gates Canyon. It is the second of two natural geological monuments in North Timon. Most part of this section is formed by basalts, but in the bottom sandstone member we found rare vertebrate remains. Among them, plate fragments of Heterostracon Psammosteus conformis alatus are dominated. However, the most interesting unique vertebrate locality of the Kumushka Formation was discovered just 3 years ago in another magnificent place near the Sula River waterfall. It represented by lacustrine shale length that is sandwiched between two basalt flows. Its thickness is just about 20 centimeters on the average, and the length is at least 50 meters. So these sediments were apparently deposited within a short-lived lake in the volcanic landscape. The shales yield some plant remains and a very diverse fish assemblage that includes placoderms, acanthodians, and various sarcopterygians. There are about 10 species in total. Some of these remains are semi-articulated, such as this poorly observed skull fragment of the iconic lobe-finned fish Eusthenopteron. All these fish produced a great number of coprolites of variable shape and size. Since the sediments were rapidly covered by molten basalts, they are reliably conserved. So the coprolites became perfectly preserved and even uncompressed. A preliminary study by thin section indicates the rich content, including the possible parasite eggs inside the coprolites. The further investigation using synchrotron tomography and scanning electron microscopy reveals abundant fish scales and even probable undigested soft tissues inside the coprolites. Thus, it means that Sula River fossil site is the first and by now the only known Lagerstätte in Timon. The next one, Vyucheyski Formation, is probably a cliniform and occurs in the eastern slope of the North Timon swell. It was established from the core borehole drilled near the village of Vyucheyski, whereas in the Sula River, its section represents just a weathering crust of the uppermost basalt flow of the Kumushka Formation. So, the overlying Fominian and Franian and Fominian strata are mainly formed by the cross-bedded sandstone members interlayered with abundant, well-developed fossil soil profiles, and are considered by us as the tidal influenced delta plain deposits. Thus, in the late Devonian, in recent North Timon area, there was a mouth of large river that flowed from the Caledonian mountain range. Some sedimentological aspects of these deposits will be detailed in the following talk by Girts Stinkulis. The lower part of this deltic sequence corresponds to the Sargaiva regional stage. In the Sula River section, there are a few layers of coally rocks of two types. The first one represents the jet-like coal, and another is the fine laminated barzaz-like lignite. The latter contains some rare fisher remains. For example, here are the plates of bathyrolepid cellulosa, which is quite unusual for such coally rocks. The outcrops of Domanic regional stage have previously mentioned in the Bezmoshica and Volga river basins, and recently we established the exposition of the same age strata along the Chosha Bay coast and in the lower reaches of the Velikaya River by the presence of both myospores and vertebrate assemblages. In the fish assemblage, in addition to the index species and wide distributed taxa, two endemic species are present, the Bathyrolepis vallangensis and Psamostus chernovi. Also, a single specimen of probable tetrapodomorph bone has been found there. The beds of Vetlosyan regional stage are also recently detected in the coastal outcrops by the presence of myospore assemblage. The fish remains are pretty rare and poor at this level, but some plant remains are quite abundant and well preserved, represented by trunks like this and branches and stumps. The overlying Sirachoy deposits are rather well exposed and yield an extremely diverse plant assemblage. The list of their taxa includes a few dozen of species, and quite a lot of them are endemics of North Timon, such as these unique leucopsid plant Cassaviella timanica. For many of those taxa, the fertile shoots are known. For example, microsporangia and megaspores are well observed in this specimen. In addition to phylosphere remains, the various root system preserved in situ in this part of the section. The fish assemblage corresponds to the Bothriolepis maxima zone, which index species was recently discovered in Timon for the first time. The Syrachoi beds contain the most diverse trace fossil assemblage among the Devonian sequence of North Timon as well. And let me show you just a few of the most expressive of them, such as the tracks called Paleohelcra, which have made by ancient scorpions. The terminal Franian strata are very poorly exposed. A single known outcrop is located in the mouth of the Svoina River. This part of the section is represented by fasces of subaerial continental environments and composed of numerous well-developed paleosoil profiles. Some of them reach a thickness of 2 meters and show pronounceable root traces and sometimes qualified root fragments, as I've shown here. All the Famennian strata of North Timon are joined into so-called Pakayama formation. Its lower part is not exposed and known from the referred borehole data only. The exposed part can be divided into 2 intervals at least. The lower one corresponds to the Bothriolepis ornata zone and crops out at the short section of the Volga River. The paleo environments are characterized by highly diverse fascial conditions. You can see at once the shallow marine and fluvial and floodplain lake deposits, as well as paleosols, even in a single outcrop. In places, the thickness of the fossil soil profiles exceeds 2 meters. The paleosols are red-colored and usually contain the dense network of root traces or rhizocrates. In these images, some other details can also be observed. And there is another peculiar feature characterizing this part of the section, the buried river channels. At least 3 of them are detected in 3 outcrops. The plant remains are not too abundant, however some interesting specimens have been found here. Among them there is a group of several stumps buried in situ on the bank of the Devonian floodplain lake and on the bedding surfaces of the fluvial sediments. The branches of Rhacophyton with attached filaments of saprotrophic algae Caudophyton aquatilis can be observed. Position of Caudophyton filament corresponds to the flow direction in the Devonian stream. The vertebrate assemblage corresponds to the Bothriolepis ornata zone and resembles the same age communities of the main Devonian field, differing from them by the less diverse fish taxa and by presence of 2 undescribed Devonian tetrapods. Yesterday, Per Alberg discussed them in detail in his remarkable presentation. The uppermost part of the Devonian sequence of North Timon corresponds to the Bothriolepis tsetseri zone. These deposits occur more widely and expose in the Volga River basin and the Chosha Bay coast. There are the most diverse faunal assemblages among the entire Devonian sequence. Placoderms are represented by index species Bothriolepis tsetseri, and by extensive remains of medium-sized art dryer, preliminary referred to the genus Dunkleostos. A relatively diverse lungfish community shows a great similarity with the Ribnica assemblage of the central Devonian field. The most eastern outcrops demonstrate some better pronounced marine fasces. Some Hendrichtian teeth as well as conodonts occur there. This is the only place in North Timon where these remains have ever been found. Besides vertebrates, some poorly preserved bivalves and ring-annelid brachiopods are present in those rocks. The trace fossil assemblage corresponds to the Cruziana ichnofacies, which also indicates a shallow marine environment. In the western outcrops, on the contrary, the continental fascies are dominated. The well-developed paleosols are quite common here. The plant remains are mostly represented by myospores, and finally, there are well-developed coal beds and lenses in this part of the section. Recently provided EPR spectroscopy of these coals shows a very high concentration of paramagnetic centers, which reaches the maximum possible value for carbonaceous substances. This means that amount of free radicals in their composition is incredibly high. This study is in progress now, and it seems to be interesting to compare the Famennian coals with Franian ones by these properties. Who knows what this signal is in fact? Perhaps such considerable increasing of the free radical rate in the lignin of some Famennian plants may have been triggered by the first wave influence after the supernova explosion discussed yesterday, namely by photons. Thus, North Timon is an extremely significant area that requires further geological and paleontological studies. Its Devonian sequence yields an important information on the land-river-sea interaction during one of the most interesting periods in the Earth's history. Many thanks go to my colleagues and to all participants of the North Timon field trips. Thank you very much.
Спасибо за доклад. Есть вопросы к докладчику?
Можно вопрос?
Ага.
Вы не отметили, есть ли раннедевонские отложения в этих разрезах?
Do you have early Devonian sediments in these sections?
Yes, lower Devonian strata occur only in a very local place in the upper stream of the Velika River, and I never visited that outcrops, and I have no my own material, so it was the reason why I did not talk about them here.
Эти обнажения
But
находятся
they
в труднодоступном
contain,
месте на реке
they contain,
Великая, и я не был там.
They contain some vertebrate remains, such as Thelodon scales and osteostracan head shields, as far as I remember.
Джон имеет вопрос.
Да.
John, please, your question.
You are not the person to ask, but somebody stood next to you might know the answer.
Вы, наверное, не ответите на этот вопрос, но, может быть, рядом с вами кто-то сможет ответить на этот вопрос.
Do you know which spores were in the coals?
Вы знаете, какие споры обнаружены в углях?
Вам вопрос.
Джон, мы из углей непосредственно споры не извлекали, не изучали.
John, we didn't recover spores directly from the coals.
Я только с прошлого года занялась изучением девонских отложений
I've
по сборам
studied the Devonian sediments only since last year.
Павла Безносова со Северного Тимана, и пока мною определены только 3 комплекса франского возраста.
I determined only 3 assemblages of Franian age.
Okay.
Can I add a few words? John, as far as I know, some of the Franian coals, lignites, contains by myospore
Насколько я знаю,
a
некоторые
lot of
франские
Mhm.
угли содержат
myospores.
много миоспор.
And in some samples, myospores contain
И некоторые
the
образцы содержат
all
миоспор.
volume of the bed, coal bed
Yeah.
is formed by myospores.
We are trying to know the dominant spore.
Yes.
Мы хотим найти
yeah.
доминантные споры.
Yeah.
Мы
Thank
пытаемся
you.
найти доминантные споры.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Per Альберг хочет сказать. Per, please your question. Per, your question, please.
There we go. Yes.
Hi, Per.
Hi, Pavel. That was lovely. Really nice. Let me put the camera on.
Очень хороший.
Thank you.
At the Volga River tetrapod locality, you have a number of different microenvironments represented. What is the environment in which the tetrapod remains are found?
У вас много, вы
That's
обнаружили
interesting
много
question.
микрообстановок в районе реки Волги. В какой среде обнаружен самые хорошие остатки тетраподов?
I think it could be some kind of floodplain lake, which was
Это
buried
должны быть
by
некоторые пойменные отложения.
flood,
Flood.
by flood, сельвой поток, типа.
With
Debris.
debris flow, with debris flow.
Very good. I want to flag that one of the things I can see in the synchrotron scans of the little skull, apart from bones,
Я могу в
is
челюсти
in one of the
обнаружить одну интересную вещь в синхротронном образе.
root casts. Really a lot of them bifurcating root casts. We should maybe have Chris have a look at them sometime. I think you might find them interesting.
Ага, у меня звук пропадал.
Какой-то интересный элемент именно при исследовании синхрофазотроном этой маленькой челюсти, там внутри есть интересный элемент, о котором и Крис тоже упоминал. Что это было?
Per, the sound was slightly damaged, so could you translate?
Okay, I'll try.
Repeat, sorry.
Sure. I just wanted to mention that in the synchrotron scan of the blocks with the little skull, I also see 3-dimensional root networks branching, nice little roots.
Yes,
An unusual way of seeing them. I'm thinking maybe Chris or somebody could be interested in looking at them sometime to determine what they might be.
Yes, but that bed was inhabited by small plants, I think, not by forests.
No, sure.
Можно я переведу для русскоязычных? Да? То есть было интересно, что Пэр обнаружил в этом снимке синхрофазотрона растения, следы растений, корневые структуры растения. И это было интересно, что обнаружили на снимке челюсти, получается.
Не челюсть, а
примыкающие кости,
блок, небольшой блок, который примыкал к образцу,
к черепу.
Сам вот этот левролит, он был пронизан мелкой сетью корешков. Очень мелко, то есть это какие-то небольшие растения, но не деревья, не лес.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much. Lovely.
Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Имеются еще вопросы к докладчику?
Как выглядит контакт, верхний контакт? Ведь слой
How looks upper contact with basalt
50-метровый?
rocks?
Нет, не песчаники, там
Not
углистые
sandstones.
оливролиты. Это
Kaolist
углистые
aleuroites.
оливролиты, толщина 20 сантиметров.
Thickness
И
20 centimeters.
на 50 метров прослеживается в длину. Да, он
Length 50
запечен.
meters.
Не сильно, всего где-то, наверное, сантиметра 3.
This contact is
А нет, вот мы это как раз с Ксенией Куликовой, я вот все жду от нее описания, чтобы нам доделать статью. Да.
Теперь
sorry.
уже суть вопроса я уже потерял. Суть вопроса была что.
Ага, окей. Мне
Скажи,
саму, да?
скажи сам теперь на английском. Как ты-
So the question is about how the upper contact of the interbasalt length seen
looked like.
looked like, yeah, how it изменен,
Changed, altered.
yes, and it changed only on the depth by 3 centimeters. Of course, thermically changed. So it looks
thermically.
like thermically.
Thermally changed. Thermally changed. Or
Yes,
thermally altered.
it looks
Okay.
like a ceramic, some kind of ceramic.
Еще вопросы есть? Можно вопрос? Павел, а как часто проявляются тектонические нарушения вот в этих разрезах? Мешают
How
ли они
often
исследованию?
are tectonic disturbances in these sections?
Современные или палео? Любые. Вообще, да, местами они
Yes, sometimes
изменены,
at places
но это больше для препарирования
they changed and
представляет
they
проблему,
create
потому
problems
что
for
они
preparation
не подвергаются ни химическому, ни механическому
because they
препарированию.
cannot be subject
Могут быть только
to
вот, да,
any kind of
различными, да,
weathering,
синхронными
chemical
методами.
weathering.
Но это немного где.
But it only at places, very few.
А в целом разрезы Северного Тимана, они
But on the whole,
именно
Timan
очень
sections
интересны для палеонтологов
are very
благодаря
interesting for paleontologists
очень хорошей
because they
сохранности
present, they are very good preserved,
палеонтологических остатков, как
in paleontological
позвоночных, так
sense.
и растений.
both for organisms and plants.
Если нет вопросов, то спасибо.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Отбивался як зверь. Так, и, наконец, в первой половине у нас последний докладчик. Это Girts Stinkulis. Доклад обстановки осадка накопления в течение франского времени по данным седиментологических исследований в районе мыса Восточный, Ледоватый и в низовьях реки Великой, Северный Тиман.
Здравствуйте, дорогие коллеги, участники конференции. Hello, dear participants of the conference. It's nice to be here, quite far from Syktyvkar, but still. Do you hear me?
Very nice.
Okay, it's great. Yeah.
Yes,
then
we hear
let's-
you well, very well.
Okay, it's great. Yeah. Okay, let's start with my presentation. And first, all right, I will share it first. Well. All right, do you see my presentation now?
Yes, we see your presentation very well.
Yes, no problem.
Very nice.
Perfect. Well, then let's start with a short Russian introduction. I mean, an introduction in Russian language. So, as dear colleague Olga Ternova already informed, that my talk will be about sedimentary environments during the Franian time, according to data of sedimentological studies at vicinity of the eastern Lodovati Cape and lower reaches of the Velika River, North Timan. Then first, a few minutes in Russian language. Моя презентация, в принципе, про седиментологические исследования в этом чрезвычайно интересном регионе. Там я был вместе с моими коллегами, тоже из Латвии, Сандijs Meštis, коллегами Павлом Безносовым, Сергеем Снегиревским, Артемом Зубрицким и Анной Любаровой. Спасибо коллегам за участие и за приглашение нас в очень интересный регион, Северный Тиман. Этот регион оказался очень интересным также по седиментологическим данным. И наши исследования показывают, что здесь, так как информировал предыдущий автор реферата Pavel Beznosov, это место взаимовоздействия континентальных процессов и моря. И очень важная роль здесь была приливно-отливным течением. Признаки, которые мы констатировали во время полевых работ, довольно явно указывают на приливно-отливные процессы. Это так называемая глинистая драпировка на косых слойках песчаника, а также так называемые приливно-отливные пучки или tidal bundles. И тоже измерение косой слоистости, поверхности древних валов показывает на довольно разновидные направления течений. И мы можем тоже сделать вывод, что эта территория соответствовала дельтовой зоне или сильным воздействием приливно-отливных процессов или даже доминированием приливно-отливных процессов. Так, сейчас я тогда перейду на английский язык. Но на вопросы я тоже попытаюсь ответить по-русски, если такие будут вопросы. Да, спасибо. Well, I'll continue my presentation in English language. Authors of this presentation are also Pavel Beznosov, Sergei Snegirevsky, Sandijs Meštis, Artyom Zubritsky, and Anna Lubarova. I will probably not explain very much location of our study area because Pavel probably informed about that. But okay, it's this interesting area at the Barents Sea, Chosha Bay here. And directly the study area is situated right there at the eastern Lodovati Cape and the mouth of Velika River. And you will see this blue area in the next slide. All right, that's direct study area. We lived there in eastern Lodovati Cape, and we visited objects. We lived there, and we visited objects north from eastern Lodovati Cape, 2 to 4 kilometers north, and also 1.5 to 3 kilometers south from this area. Besides, we traveled there to Velika River mouth and visited a few objects here at the mouth area where are modern tidal processes influencing sedimentation, and also there upcurrent in this river, some 6 kilometers up and even some 12 kilometers up our site here at Velika. So the study area is quite wide. Unfortunately, of course, we don't have exposures here in the middle, and of course these data don't characterize all the territory of investigation. They are outcrops up to 5, in a few cases 8 meters high. It's very nice to receive preliminary data about the age of these deposits prepared by Olga Telnova and Pavel Beznosov. There have been found deposits of Domanic regional stage, Vetlossian regional stage, and also Sirachoy regional stage, explained in nice presentation of Pavel. It's interesting to note also that for the Baltic Devonian basin, Domanic regional stage corresponds to Daugo and Katleshi regional stages, Vetlossian it's lower Ogre, Sirachoy middle and upper Ogre regional stage, and even lower Stipinai regional stage. Here in these objects south from eastern Lodovate Cape and also along Velika River, they are the oldest ones corresponding to Domanic regional stage. Here in few objects called 1906, there are these middle age deposits, let's say Vetlossian regional stage, but at very interesting sites. There, 1905 and others, there are the youngest deposits studied in the area, Sirachoi regional stage. Actually, during my studies, my sedimentological studies, I covered these oldest deposits, Domanic regional stage, and youngest deposits, Sirachoi regional stage. All right, paleogeography of the eastern part of Euramerica, Devonian continent. Here we see so-called Baltic Devonian basin. However, of course, it's not separate basin. It's just a part of bigger Devonian basin, also situated quite close to land area. And we also have here interaction zone between riverine processes, fluvial processes, deltaic zone, and marine influence. And also here in North Timon we found evidences of that. However, the climate was different, and in a few parts of the Devonian section here in Latvia we have, for example, gypsum, halite pseudomorphs, a lot of dolomites, indicating more arid climate environments, at least partly. But in North Timon, no evidences of arid climate, but in opposite, many nice proofs to humid climate environment. Geological map prepared by Pavel Beznosov and co-authors, just to indicate that previously these deposits found in North Timon were attributed to Ust-Bezmoshice formation. But now I understand that they are divided more precisely. Well, material methods. Our team did a lot of studies, including paleobotanic, vertebrate fossil studies, and collecting of different material. But I will speak more about sedimentological logging of 6 sections near the eastern Lodovate Cape and 5 sections at the banks of the Velika River. Also measurements of the bedding elements, in total 140, mapping of tidal bars in 1 study site, some preliminary facies analysis, and also Sandis Meštis did ichnofossil studies, and also Pavel Beznosov in all sites. Well, let's start with discussion of results in various study sites. So, let's start with the Domanic regional stage, here south from eastern Lodovate Cape until the object Grubi. So it's Domanic regional stage, the oldest deposits that we studied. First, we recognized it's my colleague Artyom Zubritsky, and Artyom stands in front of beautiful medium cemented sandstone with interlayers of gravel-rich sandstone, and even gravel and pebble dominated deposits. You see also this inclined bedding. It is not tectonically tilted because these inclinations, these contacts are dipping to different directions, and it indicates influence of active fluvial currents, highly active energy environment. Here also you see the same deposits. Of course, it's tectonic tilting. There are probably some landslide processes. However, well, it's quite well recognizable that original structures are still preserved. Original angle of dip is almost correct. So these coarse-grained sandstones, gravelly, granule, pebble-rich sandstones contain also intercalations of siltstones with abundant plant remains. Also such coal composition, organic matter there. And here in these deposits, there are no indications of tidal processes. So I think this environment is fluvially dominated, and it's a part of some separate fluvial channel, probably delta channel. Below in section, here are Paleosol exposures, as Pavel already demonstrated in his presentation. These deposits are reddish, spotty, with desiccation cracks or mud cracks, and also with nice trunks of trees preserved in probably their living position. And below there, it's clayey surface. Well, there was also a problem during these sedimentological studies, because there are tectonic movements, tectonic deformations. The deposits partly are slightly folded. These folds makes quite complex also my sedimentological studies, my interpretations, and there can be some problems. Probably this clayey and paleosol surface served as some sliding surface during tectonical movements. However, tectonics is not my specialty, and I just recognize this as probable problem in sedimentology. Here it's section sedimentological log of the object 1903, one of our study sites, and here you can recognize inclined surface, bottom of erosional channel, and also it's marked in this section. In section you also see that the grain size changes from fine grained sand to coarse grained sand, granules, and even pebbles. And some of the deposits probably correspond to point bars or midstream bars, but most of deposits are probably the bed, subaqueous dune deposits. This object is situated a half of kilometer south from previous object, and here the picture is different. Coarse grain deposits are dominant in the upper part of section, seen approximately here, so probably it is the same big channel. Also granule and pebble rich sandy deposits. But here, in more lower position, sandstones are already with tidal evidences. I will show you later in presentations about Sirachoi original stage, but here we can also recognize some more clayey interlayers, these mud drapes, well, not very well seen, documented here, also tidal bundles, indicating tidal processes. And here we saw the thickest paleosol in the study area, reaching 1.7 meters thickness. So it is probably the same paleosol seen in previous objects and also other objects in next slides. The paleosol looks like a complex one. We can recognize several exposure surfaces there. One of them, the second, third, fourth, and fifth, probably even more of them. And there are nice subvertical structures interpreted as rhizoids, root structures. Some of them also in planar view, in like map view, we can recognize as desiccation cracks. And there are found nice tree remains, probably even ancient trunks of trees preserved in their living position of plant stumps, tree stumps, with some roots in the top of paleosol. And well seen desiccation cracks on the surface of paleosol. The length of this telephone is about 15 centimeters probably, so we see that these polygons are even up to half a meter wide. Well, in several parts of studied objects, especially in southern part of the study area, we recognized soft sediment deformations, convolute structures as here, some water escape structures like flame structures, and it's clear that such structures could form only in loose material, water-rich material, but not in average, in sandstone cemented in average degree. It's quite hard rock now, and these structures formed when it was loose and water-rich. So it is quite sure that these structures couldn't form during Quaternary period, during glaciation. Why I am saying that? Because in Latvia, in our quite loose, non-cemented Devonian deposits, there are a lot of indications of glacial structure. But it is another situation, it is different situation. So, well, it is not my specialty, but probably the strongest tectonic movements there occurred either in Carboniferous or in the Jurassic. But these deposits are tectonically influenced. Well, how to say, paleofishing site, Pavel already demonstrated a part of these slides, and there are different measurements and fish hunting. It is also the same object, and I would like to say that fishes were found in quite coarse-grained deposits with some admixture of larger size material. They are above the Paleosol, but below these fluvially dominated deposits. Okay, well, here are data of measurements of crossbedding. Black figures correspond to the crossbedding, and these blue figures correspond to measurements of surfaces. There are only a few of them, unfortunately, but these surfaces showing margins of channel tip either northerly and northwesterly or southerly southeasterly. So it probably means that the channel axes were somewhere here. And also measurements of current directions indicate approximately the same dominant easterly oriented current systems, or easterly and also westerly. These variations of current direction, opposite directions, indicate probably tidal influence. However, this one very approximately indicates the place where was situated the how to say, channel with most coarse-grained deposits found in study area. It is one of proofs, I think, proofs of fluvial activity of deltaic zone, that this study area probably was not estuarine environment, it was more like deltaic environment. Actually, it was the only channel filled with such coarse-grained deposits here in study area, but I would like to remind that these coarse-grained deposits actually are the youngest here. But still, we have more young deposits, Sirachoy regional stage, here in this site, and they are with a lot of tidal indications. So, along our way to Velikaya camp, we visited also sandstone exposures here at the Shank River. By the way, they are very interesting for further studies. They are sandstones, but we didn't log them because it was quite long and tiring way there. Here are these exposures. And finally, we are at the Velikaya camp, where we see also deposits of Domanic regional stage. And we studied them in several objects. Actually, these deposits are quite similar to those which are exposed at the seaside. Also, they are tidally influenced sandstones, siltstones, but in bottom here is very similar Paleosol. Probably it is the same by geological age. One of exposures there along the Velikaya River dominated by sandstone. In few parts of section we can see mud drapes on crossbeds, tidal bundles, but also there are sandstones with only a few tidal indications. Nice boundary between two beds. Lower part is made of cross-bedded sandstones with tidal indications, but upper part with siltstone and shale, and these deposits also contain nice cyclic tidal succession, actually, tidalites, tidal rhythmites there, with tidal bundles. Surface of Paleosol, it is directly at the Velikae camp. Paleosol is very similar to this at the seaside, and upper lying deposits also contain a lot of tidal evidences. Irregular, cracked surface of Paleosol. Actually, this object is one of the most far situated from Velikae camp, approximately 12 kilometers upstream. And here also Paleosol covered with similar sandstones. In one of objects in lower part of section, just lying on Paleosol, there were nice founds of vertebrates. And we can see that sandy deposits here are some bar structures and subaqueous dune structures above. Okay, now let's discuss about Sirachoi regional stage. So previously I explained a little bit about the oldest deposit, Domanic regional stage here, this area, and also in this area. And so these deposits probably are younger. What they are? This is the most complete succession made in site 1905S. Bottom part is made, I think, by the same Paleosol, also cracked surface, covered by sandy, mainly sandy succession. This area actually was very interesting because, well, I have some doubts about tectonical movements, but still during field trip I actually I think that there are exposures of ancient sand bars, tidal sand bars or sand ridges, with both slopes preserved, both the slope oriented to open sea and slope oriented to land. So these bars probably were perpendicular to the river flow direction and also to tidal flow direction. So, well, we recognized both beds here and of course these bar structures. So it is the lowermost bar structure, 1.92 meters thick. Bar number 4 is the next, thickness is less, 1.10 meters, and bar 3 only 0.93 meters thick. This decrease of bar thickness could show some fall of some decrease of water depths in these channels, probably. The same situation actually is indicated by further decrease of grain size. Probably it shows transition from active environments in more open deltaic situation to more closed situation with some tidal flat deposition. So here sand is preserved, not preserved, but is present mainly in some interlayers, as interlayers. But in upper part, silt and very fine sand is interlaid. A lot of tidal process evidences, including flazer bedding, nice flazer structures. And Sandys mestis determined ichnofossils, Spirophyton here, Dactyloidetes here, and in upper part Diplychnites. And the last one also indicates probably some very shallow, probably brackish water environment. So the idea is that here is transition to more open tidal influence settings to more closed landwise situated tidal settings. However, of course, it can just be migration of tidal channels. Pavel is standing here on Paleosol surface. We see here hammocky structure. This is a problem, of course. Probably there is some influence of tectonic processes. Here you see all the beds presented in a section. So sandstones, barred sandstones, bed 1. Some siltstone of bed 2. Again, sandy deposits with tidal evidence is bed 3, 4, and finally these fine-grained, silty, sandy successions, bed 5. Well, I am quite sure that these are tidal structures, namely tidal bundles. So we see both typical mud drapes on cross beds, mud and mica drapes, and also we see here beautiful tidal bundles. It means that it's spring tide evidence with stronger tidal currents, neap tide with weaker tidal processes, again some spring one and neap one. So probably this part of section corresponds to 1 month in Old Devonian period. And also tidal structures here in the same object in bed number 1. So mud and mica drapes, not so well oriented in tidal bundles. However, here also we can see this bundled part of crossbed. And beautiful flazzer structures, which actually is alternation of preserved small current ripple, which is sandy, and the ripple is included in muddy deposits surrounding it. It also shows interaction of tidal currents, probably fluvial currents, and changes of water level. Clay is deposited during slack water periods, either in low tide or directly opposite high tide. It's the bed 5 here. And beautiful tree stumps, tree trunks with leaves, showed us by colleague Sergei Snigirevsky. Well, I believe that it is bar surface. However, we cannot exclude influence of tectonic processes. To determine it more exactly, probably there is need to analyze the directions of tectonic movements. Actually, we together with Artyom Zubritsky collected some data about tectonic structures, but they are not processed yet. However, well, there is also indication that in between these bars there's preserved some clay. There are preserved some clay deposits, and the thickness and distribution of these clay deposits increase and decrease also in surface. So it could not be just alternation of clay and sandy layers and just tectonic pressure and formation of these folds. And also we have some indications that the slope oriented in opposite direction to current is more gentle, and the slope oriented to land is more steep. So I think they are tidal bars, mainly moved, influenced by tidal currents flowing from west. And it's just beautiful to see that the bar surface is covered by similar current and wave ripples as we see in modern sea deposits. Of course, they are old, they are Devonian, because they just are hard and ancient structures. We try to map these bars. Named they like 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st, and the 5th is probably slightly older part, but well, yeah, of course they can be influenced by tectonic processes, but I think that this clayey part still corresponds to some local pond rather than these deposits are just tectonically moved. So we recognize here also some territorial changes. Well, and we tried to measure these structures, and well, measurements show here it's 50 meters here, it's exposure belt, north direction, south direction, and bars, and these bar structures. And of course, western slope of bars is dipping to west and eastern slope to east, but still they are measured. Now, cross-bedding directions vary quite a lot. Surfaces measured in other parts of succession, not only in these bars, show eastern direction. Cross-bedding, you see, quite various directions, and it's quite typical for tidal influence deposits, and ripples are in many probable directions because the ripple-forming currents are forming in very shallow water, and they can migrate locally. Well, to summarize the measurements of the bedding elements, we have such a picture. I would like to remind that these deposits measured here correspond to Domanic regional stage, and also these deposits correspond to Domanic regional stage, which is older, but this part corresponds to Sirachoi regional stage. These data were just discussed, but these data also show quite big variation of current directions. We can recognize some dominant eastern direction, which is typical, which is well corresponding to paleogeographical situation, and they mark actually current flowing from land to sea basin. But there are many opposite directions as well. It's summary of cross-bedding and bedding surface measurements. So it's quite well expressed that bedding surfaces or surfaces marking geometry of landforms in these channels in delta, they dip to east. Cross-bedding show this variation mainly to east. However, directions are also showing all opposite directions. If we summarize the data from the Domanic regional stage and from Sirachoi, then there are quite big differences. Number of measurements, unfortunately, is not so large. It's pity because we measured like quite a lot, but it was limited time for all the work. But yeah, I think the data is enough to suggest that during the Domanic regional stage, it was dominant easterly, northeasterly flowing currents with some tidal influence, some, of course, influence of probable meandering of forms, geometry of form influence as well. However, this is quite clear, east, northeast. But during Sirachoi, situation changed. Okay, there is mainly data from one object. However, it was visited in several sites, and measurements are from several sites there, and it shows this northwestern direction and southeastern directions. Well, I think some probable tidal currents. As border of land and sea is oriented probably in the same direction during this time, it can't be excluded that they are long-shore drift currents. However, sedimentary structures indicate tidal processes, not wave dominance, not longshore drift currents. And almost finally, indications showing paleogeographical setting. There are three issues discussed here: relative grain size, relative role of tidal processes, and relative thickness of the paleosol. Size indicates dominance, and well, this letter T, it is small letter is small influence, big letter big influence, and also paleosol. It's large thickness and small thickness, and relative grain size. Now this is mainly fine-grained and medium-grained. This is fine-grained to coarse-grained with a mixture of gravel And this shows often presence of very coarse grain deposits, granule and pebble-rich deposits. So here in southern part of study area where domanic deposits are present, there are the most coarse grain deposits, but they mainly correspond to one fluvial channel. Average sizes are there at the Velika River, and there is either small influence of tidal processes or average. But the most fine-grained deposits and most tidally influenced deposits are there in Sirachoy regional stage. Well, just a short comparison of the studied interval in North Timan with deposits in Latvia. Well, what can we see? We can see that in Latvia, the lower part of the Domanic regional stage correspond to dolomites. This part is mixed composition, carbonate and siliciclastic, but Vetlosyan and also Sirachoy regional stages correspond to more siliciclastic part there. It's complicated to interpret it, but probably it's influence of more humid climate, increase of humidity of climate. Of course, it can correspond just to territory of Latvia, because it's quite far from North Timan. However, it is something to think about, probably. What about tides? In Latvian sections, there are quite many measurements of tidal structures and just documentation of tidal structures. Well, what we can suggest that in the Ogre formation, which corresponds to Vetlosyan and also Sirachoy formation, there are a lot of tidal features also in Latvia. In Katlesh and Daugava, they have not been studied yet. That's it, approximately. And the part studied according to sea level curve by Johnson and so co-authors and Sandberg and co-authors, it corresponds to some transgressive part. However, it's quite complicated to interpret it. And for a geographical map, I try to compare our data with this map composed by Blackie. It corresponds to Lower Devonian. However, I recognize the map demonstrated by Pavel that configuration of land and sea boundary is quite similar in Late Devonian map. And our objects are situated here, and here we have all measurements of crossbedding and bed surfaces. They are oriented parallel to geographic latitude lines, where yeah, it's quite clear that the currents flew from main source area, the river currents, and entered sea basin. If there are tides, tides are always more or less perpendicular to coastline, so they go in coastline, either in separate tidal channels or in deltaic channels. And if we compare these regional stages, then in Domanic is the same situation already discussed, but in Sirachoy we have probably some currents migrating in this direction. However, in deltaic settings, there could be quite big variation of channel directions, meandering, and also coastline could be not very regular. And finally, some conclusions. So, we suggest that variation of hydrodynamic activity in the study area, presence of several separate channels, and abundant indications of interaction of fluvial and tidal processes allow to suggest tidally influenced to tidally dominated deltaic environment for the study area. The sedimentary structures and bed form geometry allow to evaluate that the water depths in the study area didn't exceed some 5 meters. Subaerial exposure took place during several times in many places of the study area, and the influence of tidal processes likely increased from the Domanic to the Sirachoy time. Our data from bars, from the small map of bars, also show that bars probably migrated in coastwise direction, so they are tidal bars. formed under dominant influence of tidal processes. Thanks again to colleagues, to Pavel, to Sergei and others, and also thanks to Latvian Council of Sciences, what project influence of tidal regime and climate on the middle late Devonian biota in the Epiric Baltic Paleo Basin. Reference is used in the presentation, and also here you see in which weather condition we worked there. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо за доклад.
Thank
Есть
you very
вопросы
much
к
for your
докладчику?
report. Do you have questions?
Вопросы есть? Наши.
Really?
Можно тогда я вопрос задам?
May I ask you a question?
Такой вопрос. Вот каналы в Рязани у вас встречаются на определенных стратиграфических уровнях или довольно часто? И чем они заполнены? Чем представлены отложения?
Спасибо за вопрос. Я постараюсь ответить в обеих языках, если так удобно. Значит, каналы встречаются, в принципе, такой хорошо выраженный канал встречается только в одной локальности. Я покажу опять свою презентацию. Сейчас, быстренько. Так. Это канал. Вот здесь был один ярко выраженный канал, который заполненный грубоземистым песчаным материалом, гравием, а также гайкой. Вот в этом объекте. Это Доманиковский ярус, горизонт, то есть до горизонта. Доманиковский горизонт. В других местах, ну, скажем так, такие явные эрозионные поверхности, нет, ну, они встречаются, но, скажем так, не такие большие каналы. Да, конечно, есть более небольшие эрозионные врезы, например, амплитудой 1 до 2 метра, заполненные больше песчаным материалом. Well.
Yes, in English, please.
Yeah,
some words maybe in English for English participants.
Yeah, the question was about channels, where they are and with which material they are filled. Actually, I would like to note that there was one big channel found here in the Domanic regional stage in southern part of study area, and it is filled by coarse-grained material without any tidal indications. Granules, pebbles, coarse-grained sandstone. In other parts of section, yeah, there are, and in other sites as well, there are indications of erosion, but channels are smaller. Their vertical amplitude is something about 1 to 2 meters.
Thank you very much.
И еще один вопрос. Вот у вас были прекрасные обнажения с косой слоистостью. Это я не совсем поняла, на каком уровне и в каком месте они прекрасные были.
Спасибо за вопрос. Опять отвечу по-русски и по-английски. Так, слоистость. Ну, в принципе, песчаники с косой слоистостью встречаются во всех объектах и в обеих изученных горизонтах. Но те песчаники с прекрасными приливно-отливными, как бы с признаками приливно-отливных процессов встречались, в Сирачойском горизонте, здесь, в этом объекте 1,905, где-то вот здесь. Но в других местах тоже эти mud drapes and tidal bundles, они были выражены, но мне в презентации нету сейчас таких фотографий, но они отмечены тоже в разрезах. Я даже могу сказать, что единственное место, где их нет, то это этот флувиальный канал, заполненный грубозернистым материалом. The question was about cross-bedding with tidal indications. Actually, all these deposits in all sites, in every site, were cross-bedded. However, the most perfect indications of tidal processes were found in Sirachoi regional stage here, and also the most abundant indications of tidal processes were there. But they are in almost any site studied, with exception of this fluvial channel here in Domanic regional stage.
Еще один еще один вопрос такой. Мы когда были на экскурсии по Девонскому полю в Латвии, мы видели, что в песчаниках у вас довольно широко распространены конкреции, конкреционные образования песчаниковые. Встречали ли вы подобное образование в северо-тиманских разрезах?
Спасибо за вопрос. Да, в Латвии у нас встречаются карбонатные включения песчаников, а также фосфоритовые конкреции. Ну, а также глинистые окатыши. В Северном Тимане ситуация такая, что конкреции мы нашли, твердые, такие коричневатые конкреции. В принципе, это не кальцит, не доломит. Про состав пока я не имею данных. Образцы, я так понимаю, что находятся в Сыктывкаре и еще будут изучены по составу. Да, но, скажем так, я думаю, что фосфоритовые конкреции не встречаются.
Спасибо за ответ. Есть еще вопросы к докладчику? Нет. Тогда мы вас благодарим за прекрасный доклад. Мы просто в восторге от сегменационных ваших наблюдений и очень рады, что вы участвовали в нашем совещании. Спасибо большое.
Вам спасибо большое. Thank you very much.
Продолжение совещания начнется в
The conference will continue at 5:30 Moscow time.
А вот я не вижу его.
Так, коллеги, но...
Мы не видим, они...
А, да?
Нет?
Нет, ну, в любом случае, говорит, у него же видео. У всех видео.
Запускаем просто, да? Мгм. Так, коллеги, продолжим наше заседание.
Здесь все.
Не надо, он очень хорошо.
Вашему вниманию предлагается заслушать доклад Уильяма МcМahona «Палеозойская революция аргелитов Земли».
Dear colleagues, we're proceeding, and the floor is given to Wiliam McMahon, PhD, with his report Earth's Paleozoic Mudstone Revolution.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to present to you all today. I hope the topic is of interest to everyone here. I'm going to speak a little bit about Earth's Paleozoic Mudstone Revolution. So that is a tangible change that Earth's alluvial sedimentary stratigraphic record saw. That is all sedimentary deposits laid down by rivers, which saw progressive muddying in the Paleozoic, and that's a muddying from successions like on the bottom left of your screen here. It's a Cambrian formation in France, which is sandstone ubiquitous, very, very limited materials, finer than sand grade. We went from successions like this to the one on the bottom right. This is a fluvial estuarine succession from Ireland, which has a sandstone component but also a significant mud rock volume. It's heterolithic, and it's a real transition from sand-rich alluvium to heterolithic alluvium that we see coeval with the evolution of land plants. And I want to describe this transition to you in a little more detail today, and why we believe it has a plant-induced trigger. All right, and this work really stems from a paper published by myself and Neil Davis in 2018, where we essentially quantified this change in the global alluvial stratigraphic record. So every dot on your screen, and there's about 1,000 of them, represents an alluvial formation or an interpreted alluvial formation somewhere on the planet, and the x-axis is time. Spanning from 3,500 million years ago all the way through to 300 million years ago. So the whole, Archean through to end Carboniferous in effect. And the change it quantifies is that before vegetation's evolution in around the Middle Ordovician, the mudrock component of these successions, and the y-axis is total mudrock percentage, mudrock volume. This total mudrock component is negligible. By and large, it's less than 10%, less than 2% even. There are some outliers, but not many. And then we head into the Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, and this is when land plants are beginning to colonize and advance and mediate flow resistance and the likes. Suddenly we see the full spectrum of the mudrock percentage column being used. We still have sand-rich alluvium, yes, but we also have muddy alluvium, things greater than 50%, greater than 70% even. Yeah, it's a tangible, clear change in the rock record that myself and co-authors have put down to the evolution of land plants. So let's just talk briefly first about the period of Earth history before that, the pre-vegetation alluvium. So, for 3 billion years at least, rivers operated on our planet, wholly in the absence of macroscopic vegetation. Some microbial life forms, but nothing that could really impede our sedimentary processes. These were largely abiotic systems. And just on the screen are just a few examples of field studies which I've been part of on pre-vegetation stratigraphy, and the one thing you'll notice is they're sandstone ubiquitous. There's not much of a mudstone component here, so we have to ask ourselves why that is. And one of the possible reasons is these channels were more active. All right, without vegetation on in the riparian area, on our overbanks, to confine flow, to strengthen our banks, to reduce flood velocity or near surface flow velocity during flooding. Essentially, these channels could operate a little bit more freely. They were more efficient at autogenically reorganizing the floodplain material so these channels could comb the sediments and move around. And what that effectively did was remove evidence of the former channel margins. So it's not to say there weren't channels, but they're just poorly preserved, and like the floodplain areas are poorly preserved. So what you're left with are these sort of big tabular sheets like this one from France on the top of your screen that just can extend for multiple kilometers, just full of the channel Thalweg sediments, trough strata, migrating dunes, anything that this river was containing. Whereas things like mudstone, and the bottom left image there shows a thin little sliver of mudstone. These are rare occurrences, chance occurrences, or frozen accidents, I like to call them, where they basically just slip in accidentally from time to time. And in this particular example that Neil's bending down and having a look at, petrographic thin section actually shows there's a microbial component to this. There was some life on the land, but it lacked a significant above ground and below ground component, and as such, did little to ultimately resist reworking, and certainly had no real impact on the final sedimentary architecture like we see plants do, and as we'll see later in this talk. So yeah, more active channels is one. Also maybe the style of deposition, in that we know we have long-lived, sustained, perennial fluvial deposition in the Precambrian, but we also have a lot of evidence for the opposite, for ephemeral flooding that did perhaps lack channels, or certainly had wider, shallower channels. And this is an example from the Mesoproterozoic of Scotland, and every bed here follows a particular vertical upwards trajectory, where we have a sort of bottom layer of supercritical bed forms, things like shooting pools and anti-dunes, upper planar beds, which give way upwards to subcritical and transcritical bed forms, like dune forms, planar cross stratification or humpback dunes, and are ultimately topped by ripple marks. And this succession from high flood stage to low flood stage can be quite typical of the Precambrian, and is evidence for high energy floods, and it's a fluvial style that's not conducive to preserving a significant mud rock component. So possibly we've got that factor as well. And then also, without vegetation in our overbank region, that leaves recently laid down sediment very, very vulnerable to removal by aeolian material. This is a photo of me surfing a dune somewhere in the States. But possibly the aeolian winnowing of fines, as we say, this was a much greater process before the binding properties of vegetation evolved. And then as a fourth factor, an additional factor, without plants, we also would have had decreased chemical weathering. We had decreased connectivity with the substrate, a service that roots provide today. So this actual physical breakdown of sediment from coarse to fine grained was happening at a lesser rate or a lesser extent. The significance of that change remains to be seen, but we can be assured that following plant evolution, sediment was slowed up on the continents and gave a greater amount of time for these for weathering processes to act on these particles and break them down. So there's a decreased production element on top of that as well. So mudstone's not the only thing that changes. This is some recent work or some previous work by Neil Davis and Martin Kibling that actually showed that we also have other tangible characteristics that shift at the same time as plant evolution. And one is lateral accretion. So this is the stratigraphic expression of point bar deposition. And point bars go hand in hand with meandering rivers. So it's not to say we couldn't have had meandering rivers before plant evolution, so in the Precambrian or in other planetary bodies, but they occurred in decreased abundance. And these sort of tangible characteristics, like this beautiful heterolithic lateral accretion from the Catskill Formation in America, or some stuff I studied recently over in Ireland from the Carboniferous, these features become far more abundant in the rock record after plant evolution. Okay. But recently, these tangible trends, these shifts in mudrock abundance and meandering river facies have proved a little bit controversial. And there's been a number of papers that have come out, and with good elements, but saying that they don't believe that these trends could have been triggered by the greening of our continents. And I disagree, and I hope the next few slides will convince you that we should consider a plant-induced trigger the most likely for these trends that we see. So there's this study in chemical geology last year, a very good study by and large on the impacts of plant evolution on Earth's climate and oxygenation state. But with it, they showed the graph Neil and I published in Science, and with its decreasing mud rock volume back in time, and tied it to just decreased overall sediment. So essentially, further back in time you go, the less rock there is. And this sort of decreasing trajectory back in time between mud rock volume and total rock volume overlaps. So they said it's not that there's a change, it's just that there's less rock. But they're different repositories of information. One is a fraction of the total volume that's there, and the other is just the total volume that's there. It doesn't matter how much rock there was in the Precambrian, only 1 to 2% of that volume had mud rock, whereas, later on, yes, there was more rock, but there was also a greater component of that rock that was muddy. So it's one is a percentage and the other is a volume. They're statistically different repositories of information. So the argument there was very flawed. One that took a little more explanation is this idea by Mauricio Santos that it wasn't plants that induced this change, but a specific tectonic configuration. He basically stated loudly that the earliest plants, they were embryophytes, they lacked roots. And the bottom left image is a recent study in Zeichner et al. In Science, where they show our graph and up against some of the earliest vegetation types, hornworts, liverworts, mosses. These things lacked roots. So surely without the binding property of roots, these plants would have been pretty poor ecosystem engineers. And Santos suggested that actually the combination of high sea level and a supercontinent arrangement facilitated mudrock production and mudrock retention without land plants, and that setup of ultimately mud came first and the plants took advantage and colonized subsequently. Chicken and egg and the other way around, effectively. The flaw in that, of course, is sea level and tectonics have been secular throughout Earth history, and this is a unidirectional change that happens once. We had supercontinents in the Precambrian, Rodinia, the Grenvillian orogeny. We also had sea level highs and lows in the Precambrian. These weren't just firsts in the Middle Ordovician or early Silurian. And an argument that Santos neglects it's not just about what's going on below ground. It's not just the binding properties of roots that mechanically strengthen our banks and protect our overbank region. But there's a distinct baffling component, all right? There's an above-ground topography in our riparian area here, our point bars. And as soon as you flood those point bars, they serve as obstacles. And these plant obstacles reduce near-surface flow velocity, increase deposition rates, and increase the likelihood of stuff like this happening. This is the forced capture of a little mud particle you can see on the edge of a stem, all right? So actually the above ground component, the baffling effect, is just as important, if not more important, than the binding effect. And recent modeling studies have confirmed this as well. We simulated the first couple of stages of plant evolution, which lacked roots in these simulations here. And what you can see in the graphs at the bottom of the screen is even without vegetation, this brown component shows where mud was depositing, and mud effectively deposits in all the same places where these small stature little embryophytes colonize. So even if they're not substantial above ground, that small little change in flow roughness can have a big effect on what we see in the rock record. And to finalize, a very recent paper out whilst I was making this talk, again in Science, again using our graph from 2018, basically show also possibly there's a flocculation effect in that plants increase chemical weathering, that increases the production of organic matter, and those organic matters promote the process of flocculation. That's the binding of individual particles into larger aggregates known as flocks, and that increases the deposition of mud, or the likelihood of significant mud volumes. And this graph at the bottom right, they basically show that the percentage of mud in flocculated sediments in the presence of plants is greater than the unflocculated equivalent. So as well as increased production, as well as increased retention through binding and baffling, maybe there's also a flocculation change which could have a significant component, and that's from the earlier stages of land plant evolution onwards. So another sort of nail in the coffin of the tectonic idea. This was a plant-induced shift. All right, I'm out of time. So just conclusions. An analysis of the entire alluvial rock record revealed this trend, this upwards trajectory of mudstone volume. You know, they're very likely related to the evolution of plants. There's a global study. It's not just a few select areas. We really did go everywhere for this. And plants through increased chemical weathering, increased retention through binding, baffling, flocculation, they serve to explain this unidirectional upsurge. It only happens once in Earth history, and it's at the same time that plants took to our continents. Going forwards, we're going to look at other environments, the marine realm. We're going to try and work out what's most important, production or retention. This is going to have us looking into the petrology and the geochemistry of individual mud samples. So we're really going into a microscopic level next. And already there's been a few papers that have shown that, you know, accompanying this change in mud rock volume, there's a petrological change too, from clay minerals that produce purely abiotically to those produced biotically, organically. So there's lots of exciting work to come. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you for the very interesting talk. Do anybody have some questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Have any other questions? Okay, I have one question. Am I right that you still did not study the clay minerals? Did not use clay minerals in your study?
Правильно ли я понял, что,
Yes.
что вы пока еще не использовали глинистые минералы в своем исследовании?
The changes of clay mineral composition within the section, I mean.
I understand. This is something that was part of our study in 2018 that was based purely on mud rock volume, but now we have a project which starts next month where we'll be looking into the petrographic characteristics of a lot of our samples that we've already retrieved, and we have new field sites largely in the UK, but we're also looking for mud rock samples to be sent to us, and we're going to really try and tease as much information out of it petrographically as well, to look at a change in composition over the boundary, as it were. So it's upcoming work, and I saw on my final slide there were a couple of papers that have done it for individual formations. We're trying to do it over a sort of metadata study, much like the one we did before for mud rock volume. So not yet, but soon.
Just one moment for translation, please.
В настоящий момент мы планируем заниматься петрографическими исследованиями аргиллитов и занимаемся исследованием тех образцов, которые нам удалось уже получить, и есть объекты в Великобритании, и мы также получили, нам прислали некоторые образцы, которые мы тоже смотрим, но именно с петрографической точки зрения.
Thank you. And another one question: how do you estimate the role of fungi in this process, besides the plants?
А как вы оцениваете роль грибов в этом процессе, вот помимо растений?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it's not something that has been thought of specifically, largely, I guess, because the sort of paleo record of fungi is poor in comparison to that of land plants. But if they're growing in the correct areas, that's not inconceivable that they could have an eco-engineering effect of sorts. It would certainly be a new ingredient to the earth realm, but it's not something I know personally. It's food for thought. It would be interesting to think about.
Безусловно, это очень интересный вопрос. Но на самом деле архивные данные и информация о роли грибов гораздо беднее, чем информация о роли растений в истории грунтов. Но судя по размерной составляющей, можно предположить, что, наверное, меньше инженерной функции грибы оказали бы на роль геологических процессов. Но тем не менее это очень хорошая пища для размышлений, и стоит об этом подумать.
And one more question by John Marshall.
Yeah, speaking as a palynologist, I've spent my life searching for mud rocks. And it's interesting because I've always felt it's more difficult to find spores in the early Devonian than it is in the mid and later Devonian. Have you drilled down within the Devonian data to see if there's any differences within the period?
Я бы хотел задать вопрос как палеонолог, потому что я бы хотел дать такой комментарий, что споры гораздо сложнее найти в структурах раннего Девона, чем позднего Девона. А вы пытались как-то пройти вот именно сквозь девонский период, сквозь девонские отложения, чтобы провести анализ сравнительный?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, sort of two parts to my answer, I'd say. I think more relevant in terms of thinking of the Devonian is in line with our future work of looking to see if there's any change in petrography and the petrographic characteristics of these clays throughout the Paleozoic. So, actually looking into the Devonian data specifically to see if there's a distinct change petrographically that could sort of explain what you're saying, is there. That'd be really interesting. That's for future work. In terms of what we've done already, in terms of mud rock volume, there is a change. It's about mud becomes more voluminous after the Middle Devonian evolution of sort of deeper roots, but that has less relevance to your question, I think.
Спасибо большое, очень интересный вопрос. Мы в настоящий момент занимаемся исследованием петрографических характеристик и определенно видим разницу между отложениями палеозойского периода и девонского периода. В будущем, конечно, мы продолжим наши исследования. Что мы можем сказать на настоящий момент, это то, что, безусловно, объем аргиллитов к середине Девона возрастает, и это факт. Так и есть.
Thank you. Another questions? No? Thank you very much. So our next presentation is by Anthony Shillito, Ethnological Signature of the Siluro-Devonian Colonization of the Continents.
Hello everybody, I'm Anthony Shillito. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at Oxford University, and I'm going to talk to you today about the terrestrialization process using trace fossil evidence from the Silurian and Devonian at various sites around the world. The terrestrialization process is the initial colonization of land by animals, so when invertebrates were first moving from living in purely marine environments to starting to live on the land. And this is based upon field work that I've completed with Neil Davis over the past 5 years or so. So I'm then going to talk about how all of the different case studies that we build up in this field work starts to construct a global picture where we get different signatures that we can associate with this colonization. But why am I using trace fossils rather than body fossils? Well, trace fossils and body fossils have very different advantages to one another, but traces have the benefit of occurring everywhere, including where conditions don't really favour body fossil preservation. This is because trace fossils are physical structures occurring directly within the rock record, whereas body fossils can be destroyed by a range of means which don't affect traces. And this is highlighted by this example. The trace maker walks across the substrate. Most of the time this trace maker will keep walking through and they'll leave behind some evidence in the form of footprints. Now, on the occasion where the trace maker happens to die, the body can be destroyed by biological or chemical processes which won't damage the traces at all, meaning that you're just left with the footprints and no body. This means that the conditions to observe body fossils are much more difficult to obtain than those required to record trackways in the rock record. And that means that you end up with far more tracks from one given animal than you do end up with bodies. If you want to put this another way, body fossils are a record within a record, whereas trace fossils are an intrinsic natural part of the rock record itself. Understanding how these traces relate to terrestrialization is further complicated by difficulty determining what's marine from what was non-marine in the rock record. First of all, how non-marine is defined is very important. As this figure shows, there are many terms which can be used to describe subtly different groups of sub-environments, all of which could be considered either marine or non-marine in some regards. It's only very rarely that structures can be definitively identified as being indicative of marine or non-marine, such as herringbone cross-stratification in tidal deposits, or paleosols from the non-marine realm. However, it's often much easier to identify evidence for emergence, or the subaerial exposure of a wet substrate. So this is what we focused on during our fieldwork. We found there were lots of examples where you could see structures such as adhesion marks or setolfs, which showed that a wet substrate had been exposed to the air, and we could associate these with trace fossils to provide some evidence of animals acting in subaerial environments. The suite of rocks most typically associated with the terrestrialization process is the Old Red Sandstone, and it's been the focus of studies for a long time, dating all the way back into the mid-1800s. This makes it a good starting point for understanding the transition. It's important because it was deposited at the very time when the first body fossils of plants and animals start to appear in the rock record. That includes things like this Eurypterid from the Canadian Arctic, this Sordonia from Quebec, and of course, associated with this we start to get non-marine trace fossils, such as trackways. However, as this map shows, the Old Red Sandstone is a fairly limited global coverage. These are the areas from the Old Red Sandstone that I personally did fieldwork. You see them in Northern Europe and in Canada. But we're only really getting the picture from one continent. When we look at a more global perspective, you can see these exposures clustered around here. But actually, we have many other deposits of similar age. We can start to build up a real picture of what was going on everywhere in the world. So my past and ongoing work involves looking at rocks from Australia, South Africa, South America to try and build up a more complete picture. Now when we put this into a paleoenvironmental or a paleogeographic context, we can see that again the Old Red Sandstone deposits all come from this one continent of Laurussia. And while that can start to give us a good picture of what was going on in this one place, it gives us a fairly narrow picture of the world as a whole. And that's why it's important to get other examples from Gondwana, such as these Australian case studies, and from closer to the poles, such as those from Southern Africa or South America. I'm still hoping to be able to broaden this picture further with some case studies from China, Moria and Siberia to really build up a picture of what was going on in every continent during this important stage in the history of life and the planet. The case studies that form the basis of the data and results that I'm going to present to you today are shown here in this plot, which illustrates the temporal range of all of these formations, all of these groups. So this includes the Ringriki group from Norway, Milford Haven subgroup from Wales, the Dingle group of Ireland, Lower Old Red Sandstone deposits from Scotland, gas-based sandstones of Canada, the Grampians group, the Morini sandstone, and the Tumlaguda sandstone from Australia. And as you can see, we have some coverage from to the Ordovician all the way through the Silurian and into the Lower Devonian. Now, the issue with some of the Australian deposits is that they're fairly poorly constrained time-wise, but it's most likely that there's some strong overlap with the temporal range of the European deposits, which all are clustered around the late Silurian into the Lower Devonian. So what are the signatures in terms of trace fossils that we see when we look at all of these case studies together? Well, this plot here shows which traces are occurring, summed up from across all the case studies. So we split them down into abundant, where there are many examples of a given trace at a given case; multiple, where there's between 1 and 10 examples spotted across a single case study; and single, where only one known example of a trace occurs. Now this plot shows that we're seeing kind of high abundances across all of the case studies of traces like Scolithos, so simple vertical burrows, Ornitholites, so U-shaped burrows, and Diplagnites, so trackways, along with some horizontal burrows and some other simple U's. So we can take this a step further, or look at this in a slightly broader way, and look at the ichthyodisparity rather than the ichthyodiversity. So ichthyodisparity looks at the shape of the trace fossils rather than just the individual ichthyospecies, and it groups together traces that are produced in a similar way, so things which will fill similar kind of ecological niches. As you can see across all the case studies, again we're seeing some things which are particularly common and some which are particularly rare in the occurring way. So the picture we get across the globe, we're seeing in most newly colonised non-marine environments, we're seeing trails and trackways, such as illustrated by D and E. We're seeing horizontal burrows that are passively filled or actively filled, and also some meniscate structures. So there's a G, H and I. We're seeing simple vertical burrows, shown by R, so things like Scolithos, and we're seeing lots of U-shaped burrows. In fact, these are the most common group, but U-shaped burrows are typically associated with refugia, so it could be an example of animals adapting to an environment which is new and difficult to inhabit. And this could be particularly shown by the occurrence of polar ichnus, a trace fossil which crops up again and again in deposits around the world, which are associated with the terrestrialization process. So polar ichnus is this U-shaped burrow. You can see in the image at the bottom right that there's the burrow shaft here, and above it you get the sediment kind of rucking up over the top. Here you can see a cross-section through it where it goes back and forth with this zigzag pattern. So it's like the animal has burrowed just underneath the surface and it stayed there. And this could be because it symbolises an animal trying to avoid unpleasant conditions that are occurring outside of the substrate by hiding inside the sediment. And this is made more likely by the fact that polar ichnus typically occurs with emergent sedimentary structures, such as adhesion marks. And as I said, polar ichnus occurs all over the world in deposits of this age, but only in deposits of this age. It's only known in the late Silurian and early Devonian, but you can see examples from Arctic Canada, from Australia, from Norway, and from Ireland. So places which are on different paleocontinents, we're seeing the same behaviours adopted in very similar depositional environments. Now polar ichnus is one clear signature of this colonisation process. If we return now to the idea of ichthyodiversity, ichthyodisparity, look at this plot we can see how these two values have changed in marine, transitional and non-marine environments from the mid-Cambrian to mid-Silurian to the late Silurian and finally into the Devonian. Now if we look at marine environments, you can see that the diversity and ichthyodisparity don't appear to change very much at all over this time frame. We're seeing fairly high values of ichthyodiversity and slightly lower values of ichthyodisparity. The black line shows the mean value from all examples considered here, and this is taken from a database of deposits worldwide of this age. If we look now at the transitional strata, so those where we're seeing some evidence of emergence but we're not seeing animals permanently living sort of the ocean, we see a similar sort of picture where again we're seeing high diversity and slightly lower disparity, and this continues from the Cambrian to the late Silurian and into the Devonian. However, we start to see a big difference when we look at non-marine environments. As in the from the mid-Cambrian to mid-Silurian, we're seeing very few examples of trace fossils in non-marine settings. The few examples come from isolated trackways from places like the Potsdam Group in North America, where you see some tracks in Aeolian strata, but these appear to have been created by these doomed pioneers, animals which failed to establish permanent non-marine communities. When we go into the late Silurian, we see the diversity and the disparity both step up, but the diversity actually remains fairly close to the disparity. So we're seeing lots of new types of behaviour starting to appear in non-marine environments, but that behaviour, those different behaviours aren't being done by different animals in different ways. For example, we're only seeing one type of vertical burrow, one type of horizontal burrow, one type of U-shaped burrow, that sort of thing. When we then go into the Devonian, we see the disparity remains fairly constant. So again, we're not seeing much change in the types of behaviours. The diversity jumps up a long way. So those types of behaviours are being expressed in more different ways. So again, first we see a step in disparity. So first we see these kind of new behaviours occurring in these environments, and then after the communities have been established, we then start to see an expansion in diversity. To conclude, what we've seen today are that specific traces and specific types of behaviour occur in environments associated with this terrestrialisation process. This happens all over the world. So again, we're seeing the same behaviours wherever you look when you're looking at the terrestrialisation process. We're seeing these vertical burrows, we're seeing these U-shaped burrows, we're seeing some trackways, and we're seeing simple horizontal burrows being the most common behaviours that are repeated everywhere. Now, polar ignis is one of these traces that's consistently associated with emergent settings in the Silurian. And this could be significant as it could be a stopgap behaviour undertaken by animals that are trying to adjust to hostile conditions in environments that they're moving into. We've seen that non-marine ichthyodisparity increases in the late Silurian, and ichthyodiversity overtakes this as we go into the early Devonian. So we're seeing first new behaviours appearing on land, lots of different new behaviours, and then after that we're seeing these new behaviours diversify, and animals are expressing these behaviours in more different ways. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. So, questions? Please, Виктор Салдин.
Скажите, пожалуйста, какая причина вот этого разнообразия, в конце Силура, Нижнего
What is
Девона
the reason of this diversity in Silurian and Devonian in terrestrial margins in ichnofaces?
Напрашивается, что это растение, появление растения.
Maybe emergence of plants?
Yeah, it's certainly possibly possible that it's related to the emergence of plants in these environments. It's still fairly unknown exactly what caused the first animals to come onto land. Hopefully that's a question we'll be able to answer in the not too distant future.
Сложно ответить определенно на этот вопрос. Возможно, да, это появление растений.
Other questions? Per, do you have a question? Traces are very important for our study, for the tetrapod, Devonian tetrapod studies. Maybe Per Alberg have any question? No? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No specific questions. I'm just very interested to hear about the kind of the detail and sort of nuanced picture that you're getting out here. One of the things that I am interested in pursuing in future is the association between early tetrapod tracks and particular assemblages of invertebrate tracks, because that's always there. For example, with the Valencia slates, where I'm working actively at the moment, we've got really quite a wide range of invertebrate traces, as well as a lot of these vertebrate trackways. And the invertebrate traces include one real surprise. There's a scorpion track in there that is shockingly large, and it is a scorpion track, not a eurypterid track as far as we can tell. But setting that one aside for the moment, there's all sorts of exciting but slightly more conventional things like myriapod tracks, or so it would appear, like that sort of width and so forth. I think it's going to be very interesting to look at whether we, in fact, as our data set gets bigger, whether we can begin to see consistent associations between invertebrate trace assemblages and vertebrate tracks.
Действительно, что интересно, что мы обнаруживали различные ассоциации между следами жизнедеятельности беспозвоночных и комплексами, и другими комплексами. Например, мы обнаруживали множество следов скорпионов, дорожки скорпионов на Тимане. И очень интересно рассмотреть именно связь между следами жизнедеятельности и дорожками беспозвоночных и других организмов.
Yes, I agree. I think what's interesting about a lot of these early vertebrate traces on land is that they seem to be quite large. It would be very interesting to see how the communities or the assemblages of invertebrate traces change when the vertebrates start to become a major player in the system.
Изменения именно как изменялись эти комплексы беспозвоночных.
Yeah, absolutely.
Когда появились позвоночные.
Yes, great. Thank you.
Okay, I have also one question. You know that marine environments is the place where sediments deposited, and a land is a place of denudation. So what is the special conditions that allows the terrestrial traces to be conserved?
Где больше сохраняются следы?
Какие специальные условия?
В каких условиях сохраняются следы?
So there are a range of terrestrial environments where you are getting net accumulation of sediment. For example, in lots of alluvial settings, you might see traces being recorded on floodplains, for example, and crevasse blaze, things like that. Or in aeolian settings, where you're getting net accumulation or kind of net climbing of the dunes in the system, you have the possibility for traces to be preserved there in the interdunes, for example. But as long as you have some areas of net sediment accumulation, then you have the potential for trace fossils to be preserved.
Существует много условий различных, при которых сохраняются следы. Мы знаем, что и в аллювиальных условиях сохраняются следы, и в других также. И это вот интересно. Да. Важно, да, чтобы было накопление отложений. Постоянное накопление отложений.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So that's all about questions. So our next speaker, Hanna Byrne, with talk titles A Key Environmental Driver of Bony Fish Stichting Evolution and the Fish Tetrapod Transition.
Hello everyone, I hope you are staying well and safe during these challenging times, and welcome to my talk today, where I will discuss a recent paper looking at tides and whether they could have been a key environmental driver of bony fish evolution and of the fish tetrapod transition. So the emergence of fish onto land during the Devonian marks the only transition made by vertebrates from a marine setting to a terrestrial one. This likely occurred at around 393 million years ago, as signified by the Sahelmia trackways from Poland. There were many key adaptations acquired in the evolution from bony fish to tetrapods. Two of the major ones being the evolution of lungs in bony fish and later weight-bearing limbs in tetrapods. The drivers behind this sequence of evolutionary events is poorly understood, and indeed it was likely several which contributed, including the establishment of macroscopic plant communities and a major marine regression period, i.e. sea level fall, from the late Silurian to Middle Devonian. Several hypotheses have been proposed to be behind the evolution of lungs and limbs, some of the earliest being from the likes of Barrell and Romer in the early half of the 20th century, who thought the Devonian was a time of dry desert-like conditions, and so fish would get frequently trapped in pools and would face a lack of oxygen and also the risk of drying out. And so this could have driven the need then for lungs and weight-bearing as means of survival. However, later suggestions, including those from Metallic, 2011, hypothesized that Devonian was a time of swampy woodland environments, including the likes of Archaeopteris, was a tree that grew up to 50 meters in height. And so having lungs and limbs would be ideal for navigation through such habitats. There is also the hypothesis, suggested by several researchers, that the tides could have played a role. The most comprehensive hypothesis comes from Balbus 2014. Inspired by Romer's dry pool hypothesis, Balbus suggests that due to multiple ocean basins and the closer proximity of the moon during this time, that large tides would have occurred during the time of the evolution of bony fish through to the evolution of tetrapods. Fish could have gotten repetitively stranded in a large intertidal zone and thus drive the requirement for lungs during times of low oxygen, and then perhaps the development of weight-bearing appendages to maneuver back into the sea. Indeed, an intertidal setting acts as a good transition zone for later tetrapods to progress from a marine setting to a terrestrial one. And so our project was to test the basis of this hypothesis that large tides occurred during the evolution of bony fish and tetrapods, spanning a period from around 420 million years ago during the late Silurian to 380 million years ago during the early Middle Devonian. To do this, we produced numerical tidal simulations using paleo maps for the period of study in conjunction with the tidal inversion software Otis. We evaluated the two dominant tidal constituents, M2, so this is the main tide generated by the moon, and then S2, the main tide generated by the sun. So the two of these together make up the bulk of the tidal range. And here are some descriptive terms that I will use in the results section. So when I talk about macrotidal, I refer to tidal ranges exceeding 4 meters, mesotidal ranges between 2 to 4 meters, and microtidal ranges less than 2 meters. So a little bit more on the methodology. So we used the latest paleo maps from Deep Time Maps from Professor Ron Blakey at 3 different time periods. So 420 million years ago, representing the late Silurian, at the time of the earliest fish fossils that we have. 400 million years ago, representing the late early Devonian, and this is the earliest evidence of tetrapods according to trackway data. And then we have 380 million years, representing the early middle Devonian. And this is the earliest evidence of tetrapods according to body fossils. For each, we have 2 regions of interest. The first being in what we call the East Gondwana area. So just to point out the different continental setup for these paleo maps. So here to the northeast, we have Siberia. Central in the map, we have Russia. And then the large continent along the bottom is Gondwana. So one of our regions of interest is East Gondwana, which includes the South China Block. And the South China Block is home to the earliest bony fish fossils and is also believed to be the center of the diversification of the bony fish group. And then secondly, we have our region of interest around Russia, and this is due to its association with the earliest body fossils of tetrapods and also the earliest trackways of tetrapods. So the paleo maps shown here represent bathymetry, and this is only qualitative. So to quantify it, we base the bathymetry values on present day, an argument being that at present and this period of study are at similar central points of a supercontinental cycle, and thus the oceanic crust would be of similar age, producing similar bathymetry profiles. However, we did do simulations using a shallower and deeper set of bathymetry to act as sensitivity simulations. And indeed, we actually looked at present day tides. So we used a present day with a detailed bathymetry and also a degraded bathymetry to see what a low resolution of bathymetry that we have in a paleo map scenario, how this would impact our tidal outputs. So we did this in conjunction with the Oregon State tidal inversion software, shortened to Otis. And this was done as this tool has been used to investigate tides of past and present on multiple occasions. At the period of study, the tidal forcing would have been different, and so the values were changed accordingly using data from lunar evolution and paleobiology research from the papers here mentioned. In order to further constrain our simulations, we use tidal proxies for each time slice, 3 for each, and the tidal regimes from the stratigraphy data were quantified using tidal range classification from Longatano et al. 2012. So here for the late Silurian, we have a tidal proxy from China, from Alaska, and from New York. For the late early Devonian, we have a proxy from Iran, from Canada, and from the Baltic Basin, covering Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. And then for the early middle Devonian, we have a tidal proxy from the east coast of the US, east coast of Canada, and again from the Baltic Basin, covering Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, and Russia. And just to give a bit of familiarization, for those of you from Russia and from Svitkar. This would have been located kind of to the top right of Russia. And those of you from perhaps the UK or Sweden, this would have been located more central in Russia, with the UK being closer to the coastline, and Sweden being slightly more inland. So now I'm going to move on to the results section. I will show you the results based on the present day bathymetry, but you're more than welcome to check out the sensitivity simulations in the paper. So first we will look at the late Silurian, so the 420 million year ago time slice, and we will first observe the M2 range. So here we have a global overview of the tidal ranges, our two areas of interest, and then we have the scale bar at the bottom going up to 3 meters. So if we look at the global projection, we can see that there are several areas getting up to a macrotidal range value. And these seem to be mostly located around southern Siberia, the east and west coast of Russia, and in East Gondwana. If we look at the regions of interest, in East Gondwana we can see that there are several large macrotidal regions, and indeed in Russia similar occurring as well, mostly being concentrated on the west, on the east coast, and we can see this sea inlet in the middle of the continent has microtidal conditions. So the average M2 range globally is 0.5 meters, and we get a maximum of around 12 meters, and this occurs around this island block here, the Indochina block. And this is considered of megatidal values, so tides exceeding 8 meters. So then if we look at the S2 range, so the main solar-driven tide, because the solar-driven tide is usually half that of M2, we can see that there are smaller ranges produced. However, we can see that there are some regions reaching up to a large size, and these seem to be in the same regions where we find the large M2 ranges. So again, southern Siberia, west and east Russia, and East Gondwana. And again, if we look at our regions of interest, we can see that there are some large areas with large S2 ranges in the same areas that we get the large M2 ranges. So moving on to our next time slice, covering the late early Devonian. And again, first looking at the M2 range. We look at the global projection. We can see that it is slightly less tidally energetic than the previous time slice, i.e. slightly smaller tides. And this is reflected in the slight decrease in the average and maximum ranges of 0.4 meters and 11.6 meters respectively. If we look at the region of interest of East Gondwana, we have some large macrotidal regions, although not as many and as large in size as the previous time slice, but there is a large one occurring off the northwest part of the South China block, with Indochina block having some macrotidal regions also occurring. Now looking at Russia, again, the macrotidal regions are fewer in number and smaller in size, and instead of occurring mainly on the west and east coast as it was in the last time slice, they seem to now be concentrated more along the northern coastline. For the S2 range, again, the largest ranges seem to occur in the regions that the largest M2 ranges occur in. And if we look more closely at our regions of interest, we can see that there are some hotspots, i.e. some areas getting into a large range value, occurring off the South China block, the Indochina block, and then along the kind of northwestern coast of Russia. Finally, we'll move on to the time slice for the early middle Devonian. And again, there is a slight decrease in global tidal energetics. So a decrease globally in tidal range values, with more localized macrotidal regions occurring, with an average and maximum range of 0.3 meters and 10 meters respectively. There is a slight exemption for East Gondwana. If we look at that in our region of interest, we can see that the macrotidal regions are more numerous and larger in size compared with the last time slice. And if we look to Laurussia, from the previous time slice, the number and size of the macrotidal regions are less. And instead of occurring predominantly along the northern coast, they seem to have shifted to have become more prominent along the west coast. Looking at the S2 range, again, it seems to be a slight decrease in the tidal energy for this, with some large tidal ranges occurring along Siberia and East Gondwana. And if we look at our regions of interest, indeed there are some large tidal ranges occurring along these two island blocks and are occurring in areas where you find the largest M2 ranges. And indeed, there are some hotspots occurring along the north and west coast of Laurussia. So, what do these tidal simulations tell us? So across our simulations, including our sensitivity simulations, there seems to be a robust macrotidal signal, so large M2 ranges and also S2 ranges occurring around East Gondwana, including the South China block. And this is highly significant, as South China is believed to be the origin of the bony fish group and also the early diversification of the group. So from our simulations, the tides seem to be most energetic during the late Silurian, with a gradual decrease towards the early middle Devonian. However, the tidal range values from these simulations are all comparable to that of present day. And at present, it is believed that we're in a tidal maxima period, so a period of exceptionally large tides. So this bodes well for the hypothesis that large tides occurred during this time, or from the late Silurian to early middle Devonian. As I mentioned previously, we use tidal proxies to try and constrain our simulations. And boding well for our results is that the tidal proxy data suggests that the simulations with present day-based bathymetry fit best. So this gives us confidence in our results. However, it's not all perfect. So, for example, one of the tidal proxies from the Baltic Basin for the late early Devonian suggests that there should be macrotidal ranges occurring in this region. So our simulations do not show this. However, it is well known that sometimes when you produce global simulations, you don't resolve the tides for small regions, such as for present day, you don't resolve the tides fully for the Bay of Fundy, which gives tidal ranges exceeding 15 meters. So in the future, we want to do higher resolution simulations to resolve the tides for this area. So in conclusion, our simulations have comparable M2 and S2 ranges to present day. As I mentioned, this is an indication that indeed large tides occurred during the time of the evolution of bony fish and of tetrapods. And indeed, the tidal ranges are large around areas of evolutionary significance, in particular where the origin of the bony fish group occurred. So our future outlook, what we want to do next, we want to produce tidal simulations using other paleo maps and at shorter time intervals to see whether the results that we got are robust. And we want to also explore whether there could be tidal influence on late Devonian extinction events, in particular the Kellwasser, and also the potential then for the tides to have impacted other evolution and extinction events in Earth's history. And with that, I would like to thank my co-authors in the project and also other collaborators in the Devonian Earth System project. And particular thanks then to Supercomputing Wales and Tade Viewings for their technical support. With that, I would like to conclude and ask if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Questions, please.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, I have a question. As far as I know, high amplitude tides are very harmful for the organisms who inhabit the tidal zone. And do you think that low amplitude microtidals were rather suitable for the terrestrialization processes than high amplitude ones?
Sorry, translation.
It's
Excuse me. Как вам известно, высокие приливы, вообще приливы с большой амплитудой были губительны для жизни, для организмов, которые населяли зону прибрежную. Как вы считаете, не являются ли приливы низкой амплитуды как раз подходящим условием для того, чтобы началось освоение суши организмами?
It's a very good point and a very good question. I would disagree to an extent on you do have quite high biodiversity where you have high tidal amplitudes, the likes of in and around the Severn in the UK and the Bay of Fundy, as I mentioned in the talk. You do actually have quite a large community of organisms.
Я бы с вами не согласилась по этому вопросу, поскольку известно, что есть зоны с очень интенсивными приливно-отливными движениями, и как раз там отмечается высокий уровень биоразнообразия. Вот, например, такие области я упоминала в своем докладе, например, в районе Великобритании тоже у нас есть такие области, где приливы очень сильные, и при этом высокое биоразнообразие.
But indeed, I think you're correct in saying that even low tidal amplitudes could have contributed. So the kind of paleo environment, where Ulpistrostiki is found, there is tidal influence, but it's quite minor and it sets up this wave-dominated estuary. So I think it is, if we're to continue our work, is to work more closely with paleontologists and to see more and hear more about the paleo environments and maybe try and kind of merge the two fields of kind of modeling and that information.
Но в каком-то моменте я бы с вами согласилась, вы наверняка правы в том, что в том числе и приливы с низкой амплитудой тоже повлияли на освоение суши, тоже внесли свою лепту. Но и в этом плане мы бы хотели продолжить работать с палеонтологами, чтобы объединить наши усилия и их усилия для того, чтобы понять более глубоко все эти процессы.
Thank you. John?
Yes. Hello. Whenever I've gone in Gondwana away from the carbonates, it always seems to be intertidal sediments. All the way from, say, Algeria, South Africa, down into the Falklands, across into South America. And so can you envisage that the world would have had very extensive intertidal flats, but you could perhaps quantify in a way that Neil Davis and students have been doing?
Just a second, translation. Когда мы проводим анализ приливных отложений в районе бывшего континента Гондваны, мы видим одни и те же отложения во многих местах, которые простираются от Африки и вплоть аж до Южной Америки. И можем ли мы сказать, что наблюдались какие-то межприливные связи? Да, межприливные затопления. Возможно, что это связано с исследованием Нила Дэвиса.
Yes, I think that's a very good point, and I think it also our simulations don't really take into consideration the local topography. So if you have a coastline or kind of marginal area that is kind of more flattened, it doesn't take so much of a tidal range to actually propagate inland versus maybe somewhere kind of steeper. So indeed, it it would be nice to not only quantify the tidal regimes, but also to get a better idea then on the kind of extent of the shelf azure then in those regions to kind of, as you say, better quantify then the kind of tides you'd be getting in those regions.
Да, действительно интересный комментарий. Я думаю, что в наших симуляциях было бы интересно также рассмотреть топографию той области, в которой наблюдается прилив. Является ли это более равнинной областью, либо более с более сильным уклоном, и для того, чтобы можно было лучше просчитать количественный аспект.
In fact, one of my co-authors has just got a grant to do a lot of borehole drilling to get more sedimentological data to constrain, because he does a lot of deep time tides, so right back to snowball earth we have now. So yes, that is in the works, is to look in more closely into the literature, but also try and find more data then to quantify and to compare with our simulations to further constrain them.
Ну, в частности, один из моих коллег получил не так давно грант на то, чтобы проводить бурильные исследования, для того, чтобы исследовать отложения при помощи бурения скважин. И это позволит нам не только при помощи изучения литературы понять какие-то вещи, но и также получить реальные данные, фактические, которые позволят нам количественно просчитать некоторые показатели.
Thank you. Interesting talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next talk, brief report of Svalbard plans by Emmy Wyatt. Wyatt. Please.
So hello, my name is Amy Wyatt and I'm here today to give a talk on my PhD topic, which is going to be the Devonian flora of Spitsbergen in Svalbard, which is in the Arctic archipelago. You would have also heard talks by Christopher Berry and John Marshall, who are supervisors on this project. So this leads into the topic of my talk, which is essentially the Devonian period and plant evolution, with focus on Spitsbergen. So with this diagram on the right, as you can see, plants evolved from relatively simple life forms during the early Devonian to have much more complex architectures during sort of late Devonian. So essentially during this early Devonian period, plants had very primitive anatomy, grew less than 20 centimetres in height, whereas towards the end, plants had evolved much more complex morphology, towering over 20 metres in height in some species of Archaeopteris, which I'm sure you've just heard from Chris Berry earlier on today. So essentially the overall theme is that plant diversity exploded during this Devonian period, resulting in this rapid diversification of these very early land lineages. This is just to give you a bit of a scale of what we're looking at and the types of plants which evolved. So as you go through the Devonian period from the lower to the late, you get this increase in size and complexity in the architecture of these plants. So the rise of land plants and the consequent effect on the Earth systems and why it's important. So in terms of biomass, plants currently make up for 80% of all biomass on Earth. When you think of the atmosphere, it's long been suggested that the rise of land plants during the Devonian period contributed to this rise in oxygen and to modern day levels. And as more of this biomass was incorporated into plant tissues by photosynthesis, there was a subsequent reduction of atmospheric CO2 in the atmosphere. And then when you look at things from a soils and ecosystem point of view, as the root systems began to penetrate the sediment on Earth, more complex and deeper soils were able to form. So this is just to give you a bit of an overview of the plants that I'm going to be talking about. So Chris has talked to you about the later plants of the Devonian. I'm just going to be focusing on the early to lower middle portion of the Devonian period. So Svalbard in the Devonian period. Essentially during this Devonian period, Svalbard was in the paleotropical region of the world. So these are hotspots for biodiversity. And essentially so far we've found plant taxa that have been found encompassing a wide diversity of these early land plant lineages, which gives us an amazing insight into the terrestrial plant lives across the early, middle and late Devonian, making an excellent case study for looking at early land plant evolution. And the portion of Svalbard that we're going to be interested in is an island called Spitsbergen, which is just on the latter part of the slide here. So the Devonian strata of Spitsbergen. So there are two very important Devonian basins in Spitsbergen, but this is the important one that we're going to be looking at, and encompasses all of the central and northwest area of Spitsbergen. It's about 150 kilometres in length, roughly. So there has been a wide array of major expeditions to Svalbard in the name of paleobotany to understand this early land plant evolution, with special mention to Hög and Schweitzer, who've set up a lot of this work for me to sort of come in now and work on as a PhD project. So this is this map again, made by Neil Davis. And these are the four localities that I am interested in this talk. So it's the Red Bay Group, the Wood Bay Group, the Grey Hook Formation, and the Wide Bay Formation, which encompasses this sort of northeast-northwest portion of Spitsbergen. So I'm going to start this out by talking about the oldest rock formation in Spitsbergen, which is the Red Bay Group, and these rocks have been dated to sort of the Locovian and earlier Lower Devonian, so they display the oldest land plant lineages that I'm going to speak about now. The first taxa I'm going to talk about from the Red Bay Group is the Zostrophils. So there's a specimen on the right hand side you can see there, and also a reconstruction of what Zostrophil looked like. So essentially these very early land plant lineages are thought to have evolved in the Silurian and then went extinct during the Middle to Late Devonian. They have incredibly simple morphology and have been described as a herbaceous plant that grows in clumps. They have very simple dichotomizing branching patterns, primitive root structures, also known as rhizoids, and they have terminal reproductive units on the end of their axes. Another member found at this Red Bay group is a member of the core Zostrophil group, so these very primitive early plants, and members of the Goslingia family. So while some collection has been done, my current work is to make modern descriptions of these plants in this Zostrophil group and determine if they have an affinity to similar plants from Europe or paleotropical China, and to essentially just find out with a more modern understanding where these plants fit taxonomically. So now we're going to move on to the Wood Bay Formation, which is this light brown portion of Spitsbergen, and the rock strata is slightly newer than in the previous Red Bay group, and this is reflected in some of the plant fossils that we found. So this formation is Pragian Emsian, so middle lower to upper lower Devonian. So at this Wood Bay Formation, there was a plant found called Xylophyton, which essentially translates to bear plant. So what is happening here that wasn't present in the Zostrophils was there were major developments to the vascular tissue, which essentially means more complex branching patterns can arise within the plant, so rows rather than bare dichotomous branching. Also in this plant you see the development of spines on the surface, maybe for protection from insects. This plant also lacked true root system, so it had this similar rhizoid structure present. They also grew much larger than the zostrophill, so up to 60 centimetres tall. And this particular plant taxa was widespread during the lower to middle Devonian period. So another plant species found at this wood bay formation was members of the Hostinella taxa. This is a bit more problematic because we don't have a lot of material of it, and what we do have is fragmentary. But it so far has been described as a form genus for plants with bare dichotomizing axes. So Schweitzer assumed that it was a xylophytic plant, but it could also be a separate taxonomic grouping. There were just not enough material to know for definite. So essentially we've got lots of fragments, but only one or two larger specimens that provide detail into the actual anatomy of this plant. So we're going to be moving now from the very early lower Devonian to the more sort of lower middle portion of the Devonian, so the Eifelian period, and we're going to be looking at this grey hook formation, which is this northeast portion of the map in Spitsbergen, and it's indicated by this green colour here on the map. So one of the plants I'm going to talk to you about now from this grey hook formation of Eifelian age is a species called Xylodendron spinolosum. So as you can see on this reconstruction on the left here by Schweitzer, this plant has a much more complex branching pattern because of this further development of vascular tissue. It's been assumed by Schweitzer that it is one of the most advanced xylophytic plants, so the plants I've just been talking to you about on the sort of last two slides, but it could be that it's not a xylophyte, it's just unknown at this present moment. So it's essentially a non-woody shrub, and the main stem has a thickness of around 3 centimetres, and you also get the development of these microphyllous spines on the surface of the plant, similar to other species of xylophyte we've just seen. So this is where this grey hook formation gets very interesting. So I know you've just had a talk earlier on today by Christopher Berry on Cladozyloptids and different tree formations, so I'm not going to go into too much detail on this, but essentially one species of possible Cladozyloptid found at Spitsbergen is this Arctophyton gracile. So again, it's a small shrub, possible Cladozyloptid, and these Cladozyloptids are possible ancestors to ferns. And what part of my research is going to be is working out whether what has been reconstructed as this plant is just a lateral branch potentially attached to a trunk, or not is the case. So essentially this is the first transition to these tree-like body plans, but it's about finding out exactly how the fossils and structures all fit together, and if it is something totally different to what has been constructed by Schweitzer on the left here. So I'm going to be moving on now onto the final locality that I'll be talking about in this, and this is the Wide Bay Formation. So this is represented by this light green portion on the map of Spitsbergen, on the very northeast portion, near where the Wide Fjord is. So this locality is Eifelian age, so it is the lower middle Devonian, very similar to the Grey Hook Formation locality that I just previously talked about. So this locality has some very interesting associations with it. So there's this species of plant here, which has been described as Protocephalopterus praecox. So this image on the left here was a reconstruction made by Schweitzer, and it was essentially a supposed tree between 5 and 8 meters in height, and again has been described as one of the oldest fern plants by Schweitzer. So as you can see, as compared to the earlier plants I've shown you, this has a much more detailed and densely organised branching patterns, with a thick stem of around 30 centimetres. But this is where some of my research is going to come into it, because we don't know that this reconstruction is essentially correct, and whether these branches are totally separate to the stem and are comprised of two different plants. So essentially, watch this space. We are reinvestigating this reconstruction, and there should be some more research in the following few years as to what exactly is going on with this plant. So just to conclude this talk, essentially what we have been looking at here is a display of Locholivian to Eifelian flora, and we see this increase in complexity in plant architecture. And Spitsbergen is an excellent case study to understand the development of these early plant lineages, because you get this spread of from the lower to the upper Devonian, essentially. The flora becomes increasingly complicated in morphology and anatomy as you move from this red bay in the northwest to the wide bay in the northeast portion of Spitsbergen. And essentially we will discuss the evolutions of forests in a subsequent lecture to follow this. And I'm very looking forward to developing my understanding of early land plant evolution in the tropics during this PhD project. Thank you very much for listening to this talk, and it's been an absolute pleasure to present in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, please?
К какой палеофлористической области относится флора Шпицбергена?
Which paleofloristic area does the flora of Svalbard belong to?
Sorry, no sound. Please check your microphone.
Your mic, yeah.
Okay, sorry, my bad. So it falls in the region of Gondwana.
То есть
So this is the sort of
он попадает в
locality.
регион Гондваны.
Это не Евромирийская область?
Is it Euro-American area? Is it Euro-American area?
Sorry, I'm having some issues with the. So it falls in the sort of north region. I'm trying to get my slide up now. For some reason, my slide didn't show the correct area. But yeah, it sort of falls in the north region of Gondwana.
То есть это северный регион Гондваны. Пытаюсь найти слайд, не могу, не получается слайд найти, чтобы показать.
Sorry, can I ask a question? He's not noticed my hand.
Sorry, I think I'm having some connection issues.
John Marshall has a question.
I think well done, because you've only been studying this for 5 months?
Since late October, so
yeah. But I think the key fact is it's paleo-equatorial, like the T-man is important, and it's a rare paleo-equatorial flora.
Я бы сказала, что это палеоэкваториальная флора, но в любом случае нужно им поблагодарить, потому что она всего в районе 7 месяцев изучает эту тему. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, next talk. Oh, any more questions? No? Well, next talk, Turonian oligoconiferous recovery of terrestrial vegetation following the end Devonian mass extinction in the United Kingdom by Emma Reeves.
We stop our live broadcasting in YouTube. And please, we'll be back in half an hour. Stay with us. Thank you.
I'm Matthew Smart, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about tracking the nutrient phosphorus across one of the most significant events in Earth's history, the Kalwasser extinction. So let's talk about some motivation and objectives for this story. So the Devonian is perhaps one of the most critical segments in Earth's history. There was tremendous biological, ecological, as well as atmospheric change. There were three extraordinary events in the Devonian, the most important of which, in my opinion, being the expansion and radiation of land plants, really on an unprecedented scale. The initiation of modern weathering and soil formation processes, as well as nutrient cycling. There's evidence of global eutrophication, and there are 6 significant marine extinctions in the Devonian, obviously to include the Kalwasser events. So the expansion and radiation of land plants, let's talk a little bit about that and why that's important. So early on in the Devonian Earth would have looked somewhat like this graphic here, courtesy of Algio and others. Tiles A and B, the landscapes are relatively bereft of vegetation, save for around immediately adjacent areas, bodies of water. There's no trees. The root systems, if you look at the figure at the right here, relatively undeveloped. Fast forward to the end of the Devonian, tiles C and D, and everything has changed. So we have a significant plant growth in continental interiors. We have arborescence, the development of trees. We have significant root systems. So really a revolution in plant life. So as it relates to plants, I'd like to talk a little bit about nutrients, in particular the nutrient phosphorus, and go a little bit over how landscapes change as they develop. And as we know, phosphorus is a critical biolimiting nutrient, has no stable gaseous form, and its only real significant source to modern oceans is from the weathering of continental materials. Early on in the landscape, as you can see from the figure at the left here, we would consider this sort of a young landscape environment. So maybe post-glacial retreat or a volcanic type environment where you have phosphorus locked up primarily in the mineral form. As time goes by, weathering occurs, plant development occurs. This mineral phase gets used up relatively rapidly. And not only does phosphorus change forms from refractory and readily utilized to more occluded forms, but the overall amount of phosphorus in a system will decrease significantly as well. And we see this in some Holocene analogs. In this study by Filippelli and Sauch, 1999, we look at a couple bodies of water in the Western Appalachian Plateau. And you can see here tile A, we have phosphorus concentration broken up into the various fractions. And the mineral fraction here, represented by the triangles, starts relatively high and then decreases with time. The occluded fraction, starts lower and overall increases with time. Move over to tile D, and we have the accumulation rate here in micromoles per centimeter squared per year. And what you see here is post-glacial retreat, you see a large spike in the phosphorus accumulation as you see that flush from mineral phosphorus. And then as the landscape stabilizes and phosphorus transitions into more occluded forms, you see a general decrease in the overall accumulation rate in the system. So, this, as I mentioned, this is a young landscape analog, which we think is applicable to the Devonian, given that early in the Devonian we didn't really have plants in continental interiors. So we'll use this young landscape analog here. So what did we set out to do? So we wanted to find out if there was a nutrient event during the Kalwasser events, the lower and the upper. What's the magnitude and timing? Is it significant enough to matter? And then does it compare with these Holocene analogs? We know that the Frauenian-Flaminian extinction was likely caused by extensive volcanism. So not a direct result of plants flooding the Devonian oceans with nutrients, leading to eutrophication and anoxia. But we think that the young Devonian landscape is analogous to this post-glacial environment, and that we can see transient but significant nutrient pulses, which are probably significant enough to sustain long-term eutrophication. And this may have been a contributing factor to the continued extinction event, so exacerbating the lower and upper Kalwasser. So these events, how we're going to capture this, basically we took some samples gathered from the repository at the University of Southampton, powdered, digested, analyzed via ICP-OES for phosphorus, titanium, aluminum, and calcium, to isolate the biologic signal from the terrestrial signal. And then we also analyzed for iron to address some redox cycling concerns. We looked at some organic carbon data as well. And then we basically looked at a study site in eastern Greenland. So this is in Ymir O. We call it Heinsberg. This is the subject for this study. We do have some other samples around as well that we're working on, but for this study we'll confine it to Heinsberg. As you can see here, we've got some ample coverage of the lower and upper Kalwasser vents extending into the Famennian. So on the paleo globe, paleogeographically, this is where we're at, the western flank of the Caledonian Mountains in the middle of Euramerica. And then we'll jump right into some of the results here. So we've got phosphorus, followed by phosphorus titanium, phosphorus iron, and phosphorus aluminum. At the beginning of the Kalwasser, you can see that we've got a pretty significant spike of phosphorus, kind of in the middle of the Kalwasser event, though. So not beginning at the event, so not initiating the event, but after the event's well underway. We then have a hiatus here in between the two, and then a little spike here, not too terribly significant, but then a very large event here in the middle of the upper Kalwasser. And again, not before the Kalwasser starts, but during it. So important distinction to make there. So let's move on to carbon compared to our other parameters here. And what's interesting about this particular view here is that we've got some organic carbon events here during the lower Kalwasser and some significant events during the upper Kalwasser. So we've confirmed, yes, we are indeed in extinction events. We see your organic carbon burial, so that was reassuring. So what's interesting is we have a large event here in the lower Kalwasser, somewhat of a decrease, although you see some spikes here, somewhat of a decrease in the interim, followed by a very large increase at the beginning of the upper Kalwasser, sustained decrease, and then another jump that extends through the upper Kalwasser. That's interesting, because here we have a large phosphorus spike, and then a sustained organic carbon burial, continuing after the extinction event supposedly paused. Then we have a large decrease in organic carbon, very steady, very pronounced decrease, large nutrient spike, followed by another sustained organic carbon burial. So this is interesting. What does that mean? So let's pause and go to the phosphorus accumulation rate. Let's compare this to our Holocene analogs. What does this look like? And as we can see here in the upper Kalwasser, at the beginning of the event, the very beginning, we see a jump in phosphorus accumulation. And then we see a sort of steady rise all the way up to a peak here, and then a precipitous drop afterwards. So here we're at about 4,000 to 8,000 micromoles per centimeter squared per 1,000 years, and then that compares favorably here to Anderson Pond, which is around 4,000 at its peak. So here we have a glacial, freshly exposed glacial environment. So we see this phosphorus peak as the mineral phase is used up relatively rapidly, and then a slow peak. So here it's a little different. So we have a warm, wet, high CO2 post-volcanic eruption environment, possibly feeding some enhanced plant growth, plants growing more, colonizing more, potentially dropping more phosphorus into the system, and then we see a drop. Very interesting there. So conclusions, wrap-ups, discussion here. So we have evidence of transient nutrient pulses during both the lower Kalwasser and the upper. These occurred after the onset of the extinction event. So again, not a causal factor, but perhaps an exacerbating factor. We see a sustained spike in organic carbon burial after the phosphorus pulses. So this is unclear as to whether this is a result of plant activity, eruption of the Vloy traps, or perhaps a combination of both. We do see that our phosphorus accumulation rate is similar to Holocene analogs, and this is clearly episodic, which is sufficient to drive phosphorus enrichment, which can lead to remobilization of phosphorus in anoxic environments, driving self-sustaining enhanced NPP long after the initial nutrient pulse. So perhaps that's why we're seeing this organic carbon burial extending so long afterwards. Obviously, more work needs to be done to prove this is a global event, and we're currently working on some modeling Devonian phosphorus flux to hopefully accomplish that. So with that, I'll take questions and put a shameless plug in for myself, wrapping up my PhD here this spring, early summer, looking for postdoc opportunities to continue my phosphorus work in paleonutrient cycling or potentially planetary nutrient cycling on Mars. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, please?
Скажите, пожалуйста, вот источником фосфора у вас было органическое вещество, и вы предполагаете вулканы, а минералы-носители какие-нибудь определены или нет? Фосфора.
So the source of phosphorus was determined to be organic matter, the volcanic matter, right? But have you found any mineral sources? Have you defined any minerals as the source for phosphorus?
Thank you for your question. So the methods that we employed were looking at total phosphorus. So we did not differentiate between the different types of phosphorus. Currently, we believe that most of the phosphorus in the landscape was in fact in mineral form during plant colonization. So we think that this is a mix of kind of mineral phase and phosphorus liberated biologically.
Спасибо большое за вопрос. На самом деле нашей целью был общий фосфор. Мы не разделяли по типам, но по большей части в тот период времени основная часть фосфора находилась именно в минеральной форме и затем уже высвобождалась биологическим путем, трансформировалась в органический. Спасибо за вопрос.
Any more questions? So, thank you again for the very interesting presentation, and good luck in your further research.
Thank you.
It was our last talk for today and for our conference, and it was a great event for our institute. And now I think Olga Telnova would like to say something in conclusion, please.
К сожалению, все хорошее быстро заканчивается. Вот и наша конференция уже завершена. Мы получили очень хороший опыт в представлении своих результатов. Мы не просто услышали интереснейшие доклады на актуальную тему. Мы увидели доклады и услышали доклады студентов.
Everything good ends fast, and unfortunately our conference has come to an end. But what we've got was a great experience in presenting our results, and moreover it was great that students could also get an opportunity to present their studies.
очень интересно услышать, увидеть доклады молодых специалистов, увидеть уровень подготовки студентов, аспирантов британских, в Америке, в Швеции, и сравнить уровень подготовленности наших студентов. И я думаю, для наших студентов, которые тоже участвовали в этой конференции, это будет интересный опыт. Да.
It was great to see how the young experts performed, how they reported, and it was great and interesting to see the level of preparation of British, American, Swedish postgraduate students, and it was also great for our students to see that and to compare the level of preparedness.
Мы имели возможность задать вопросы, ответ на которых мы не могли найти здесь, в Сыктывкаре. И поэтому обсуждение этих вопросов очень полезно. И я надеюсь, что наша конференция, она является началом наших творческих отношений. И мы будем когда-нибудь иметь возможность не только онлайн общаться, но и встретиться офлайн. Всех спикеров, всех докладчиков благодарю за участие, за активное участие в нашем мероприятии и желаю вам всего хорошего, прежде всего прекрасного здоровья.
We could finally ask questions, the answers for which we couldn't find here in Syktyvkar, and I think that was just the start for our good creative relationships, and hopefully one day we will be able to meet not only online but offline as well. And I would like to express gratitude to all the speakers who participated in our conference. All your reports were excellent, were very interesting. Thank you very much.
У кого-то есть еще пожелания?
Any other comments or remarks?
Тогда будем надеяться на встречу. До свидания.
Moment. Can I take the opportunity to thank Olga for having the initiative to carry this forward?
Мне бы хотелось воспользоваться возможностью и поблагодарить Ольгу за то, что она взяла на себя инициативу организовать данное мероприятие.
And persuading everybody to do something.
И как она убеждала всех, чтобы каждый кто что-либо сделал для того, чтобы принять участие в конференции.
And together with Pavel and the sponsors for the meeting, and also to thank the silent people like Konstantin and the other unknown voices who often have the difficult job. And you can see how difficult, because we had the English translator on the last talk had many different ways of saying Kelvasa.
И также хотелось бы поблагодарить Павла и других участников, в том числе неслышимые голоса таких людей, как Константин, которые также принимали участие в организации, в переводе. И мы, как, например, в докладе услышали много различных вариантов перевода «Келвасер». And also a comment from Per.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like, firstly, just to thank everybody who's been involved in the organising of this, I think, extremely enjoyable and very interesting meeting. And I also just want to flag up a point. You know, we're here talking to each other through our computers because of current problems with a viral pandemic. Fact of the matter is, though, that there have also been some advantages in this, in that I think it has been easier in particular to bring together a group of some of the younger people who, might have, found it difficult to make a journey as far as Syktyvkar in order to present a single talk, if they're coming from Britain or Sweden. Of course, we should try to meet together in future, but I think it's also worth thinking about, even with future face-to-face meetings, having a virtual dimension like this as well, because it does make it easy to bring in additional people whose voices are worth hearing. So again, thank you to everybody who's made this meeting possible. And I just want to say it's been an enjoyable occasion. And I think there's something positive to be learned from our current difficult circumstances as well, in terms of new solutions that perhaps open new possibilities. Thank you.
Мне бы хотелось поблагодарить всех организаторов этого мероприятия, безусловно, от которого мы получили огромное удовольствие. И несмотря на то, что в связи с пандемией у нас не было возможности встретиться в формате офлайн, тем не менее, вот такие условия, которые создались по независимым от нас причинам, позволили молодым голосам зазвучать, и мы смогли услышать тех ребят, которые не смогли бы найти средств, изыскать средств для того, чтобы проделать такой далекий путь в город Сыктывкар, и они смогли представить свои доклады здесь. И я думаю, что надо пользоваться такими возможностями. Несомненно, пандемия когда-то закончится, и мы сможем встретиться все вместе, но периодически нужно рассматривать вот это виртуальные возможности для того, чтобы периодически вовлекать новые и незнакомые голоса для нас. Спасибо опять же организаторам.
Спасибо. Мы тоже считаем, что это очень хорошая форма общения, когда мы находимся на 1000 километров друг от друга, и когда может молодые наши ученые участвовать в такой вот конференции, где выступают и академики, профессора. Это, мне кажется, тоже хорошая такая традиция, можно сказать, традиция. У нас уже не первая такая конференция в Институте геологии, которую нужно и дальше распространять.
Thank you very much. I also believe that this is a good form of communication when young students, young people have a possibility to perform, to present their reports at the same ground as the one used by academicians and professors, and to learn from each other. So I think that we should preserve and keep and maintain this tradition. It hasn't been the first experience like this for us, for the Institute of Geology, but I believe that we should continue this good, fruitful tradition.
Еще есть у кого-то желание высказаться?
Any other comments?
К сожалению, тогда придется попрощаться.
Unfortunately, then we will have to say goodbye.
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 Bye.
Да. Ох, как хорошо, что мы всех видим. Какая удача.
Excellent to see all of you.
Все? Никто не хочет расходиться? Скажите, у нас никто не хочет расходиться?
Bye-bye and thank you.
Bye.
Спасибо большое. До свидания. Ага, спасибо огромное за замечательную встречу.